Good morning, everybody. Oh, we're not missing. Sending you all the juicy parts. Oh, that's my latest. Land here. What is here? Let's see.
Are going to come into play today. All right.
And have these orders that you signed been distributed to the media?
They have been, he was doing that while I was giving them to you, but I don't know if media in here got them. Yeah.
We'll catch up, don't worry.
What they cover will not be any of those today, so we should be okay to proceed and we'll cover it as we go.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, there are several stipulations between the parties. State's Exhibit 236, and we have marked in between court order.
If you're wondering, we're roughly 2.5 minutes behind.
Is a stipulation of fact regarding GBI, GFI, which is
I'll catch up quickly.
Investigator Garrett Morton. And that just states that the digital forensic investigator Garrett Morton of the GBI Cyber Center conducted a forensic enhancement of both the UFI video from the residence at B32, also known as the dumpster video, and the video from UGPD trail camera located outside of Building S. The enhancements have been admitted, and one hasn't been admitted yet, and one has been admitted, so I'll fill that out as we go. And I'll circle back to the court, but both enhancements, one has already been admitted, and you saw that it was part of a global thumb drive with Detective Morris, where the UFI video from the dumpster had been slowed down, and I'll put that exhibit number in here. The trail cam video is coming up this afternoon, and I'll put that in here to complete this record. So that stipulation has been signed by counsel for the defendant and counsel for the state.
And the only thing that I would add to that is that subject to our objections prior. I think that's just about the enhancement to prevent the witness from having to come in and testify.
Previous objection is noted for the record.
The next stipulation of fact is a stipulation of fact regarding Special Agent Thomas Haas, and that's Haas, of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. This stipulation is marked State's Exhibit 239, and that stipulation is that on February 22nd, 2024 at 10 p.m., Special Agent Haas delivered a thumb drive marked and entered into evidence in State's Exhibit 242 at trial. So
this is a chain of custody issues.
Admit 242 to Sergeant Tim Stewart of the Athens-Clarke County Police Department. This thumb drive has 24 digital images of photographs taken by Special Agent Daniela Stewart of a latent print impression seen on Laken Riley cellular telephone.
No one cares about chain of custody.
Started with DES 566 and ended with ended with image DES 589. Furthermore, on February 23rd, at 2024, at 2
stipulations means agreed to between prosecution and defense.
So on the 23rd day of February at 4:21 p.m., Special Agent Haas obtained a consent form from Argenis Ibarra.
It saves them having to have someone testify about the chain of custody.
To collect a sample of his DNA.
Which
Special Agent Haas swabbed Argenis Ibarra.
It just be believed anyway.
And then sealed the swabs. The swabs were transported to the GBI laboratory for analysis. The swabs of Argenis Ibarra are marked and entered into evidence of State's Exhibit 241, and Argenis Ibarra's consent form is marked and entered into evidence of State's Exhibit 240. And again, this stipulation is marked State's Exhibit 239. So at this time, the state would move to admit 239, 240, 241, and 242.
We have no objection to those, Your Honor. Other than to clarify that this does not waive our social fingerprints.
Noted. Let me make sure so this is a new 140 and 141 because I've got it.
Did it say one? I meant to say two.
Okay.
Two. I said two. Okay.
You did say two.
239, 240, 241, and 242.
Okay. Thank you.
And then finally for this morning, there will be additional stipulations to come before this morning. This is the last one. It's been marked State's Exhibit 237 for the record, and it is a stipulation of fact between the parties regarding the prior testimony on October 11th, 2024 of ACC PD Sergeant Timothy Johnson. Sergeant Timothy Johnson testified on October 11th, 2024 at the motions to suppress in the above referenced case. All parties hereby agree to admit his testimony from that hearing and the exhibits that were introduced during his testimony at that hearing into evidence at this trial for the fact finder to consider. The testimony of Sergeant Johnson from the motion to suppress will be made part of this trial record. Signed by counsel for the defendant, signed by the state, and we would move to admit States 37. 237. Behind States 237 is States Exhibit 238. And States Exhibit 238 is a transcript from that October 11th, 2024 hearing where Officer Johnson testified, and it's isolated just to Officer Johnson's direct, cross, redirect, recross, and the exhibits that he entered at that motions hearing. So we've agreed to adopt that transcript, and Sergeant Johnson will not be called as a witness in this trial because we've adopted his prior.
Whenever you hear ACC, it's reference to
No objection
They
and
call
agreement.
county.
Just clarify for the defense, not stipulating the accuracy of his testimony, but we do agree that he doesn't need to come and re-say what he's already said.
Noted, and those will be admitted.
State calls Sergeant Joshua Epps.
Got any blank sheets on there? That would have sheets.
you all a heads up that you should always be alert when you're watching a live stream of mine. When they call a witness, I always try to put a chyron on the bottom to let you know who called them, their name, and their title.
Please, sir, do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self you got?
Yes, ma'am.
Please take a seat.
We're just going to slow this down here so we can get this back at normal speed, and I will catch up when there's a break.
Please state and spell your first and last name.
Joshua Epps, Joshua. Last name's Epps, EPPS.
Where do you work?
University of Georgia Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
Roughly 6.5, almost 7 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities?
I'm a patrol sergeant, so I supervise roughly 12 to 14 patrol officers, as well as I'm on the bomb team. I'm a certified bomb technician, and I'm on a special response team, which is kind of like SWAT or active shooter response.
Were you called to an apartment complex at 2085 Millage Avenue in Athens, Clark County, Georgia, on the 23rd day of February 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell the court at about what time did you get called there?
Roughly 8:32 in the morning.
Who called you there?
Tim Johnson requested that through a radio system for a UGA police officer, and I was close by.
Who does he work for?
Athens Clark County Police Department.
How long did it take you to get on scene?
Maybe 5 minutes. I was in the 5 Points area, so I wasn't far away.
When you responded, were you in uniform as you are today?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you respond in a marked patrol car?
Yes, ma'am.
When you responded, were you wearing a body cam video,
Yes, ma'am.
and was it recording?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got there, who, if anyone, did you meet with?
I met with Tim Johnson, and I believe there was maybe 1 or 2 other Athens Clark County officers on scene as well.
And was there an individual there who had been detained?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that individual's name?
Diego
What's his last name?
Ibarra or so. Yes, ma'am.
And did you have the opportunity?
That's Jose's
to
brother.
Interact with Diego Ibarra that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have the opportunity to observe Diego Ibarra that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could tell the court approximately how long were you with Diego Ibarra that day?
That day, several hours, probably upwards of 5.
He was wearing a hat that they were looking
And
for.
without telling us
They were
what
looking for
he
the suspect.
said, did you
was
ask
wearing his brother's
Diego
hat.
Ibarra questions?
Yes.
Did he answer your questions?
Yes.
And for the record, in what language were you communicating with Diego Ibarra?
I was using a translator to speak Spanish to him. I can't speak Spanish, so I was speaking with one of my Spanish-speaking officers who was relaying the questions to him.
At some point, did you call 2 Spanish-speaking officers out?
Yes, ma'am.
Who are those officers? What are their names?
The first one was Mason Bridges. He's a corporal. And the second one was Raphael Sayan. He's a corporal as well.
Could you spell Corporal Sayan's last name for Madam Court Reporter?
Sayan.
And are both of those individuals native speakers
Yes.
of Spanish?
Yes.
So they were helping you translate.
Correct.
I want to approach, oh, sorry, I don't have to ask that anymore. One moment. I'm going to approach and hand you a few things. First, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 177. Do you recognize 177?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
My body camera footage.
Have you seen it prior to today?
Yes, ma'am.
Is a fair and accurate recording of your body cam footage on the 23rd day of February 2024 at the apartment complex that we just
This is the day after
Yes,
she was
They
killed.
would move to admit States 177 and request permission to publish parts of it.
Your Honor, I'm gonna have to object to hearsay. Unlike other body cam we've seen in this video, we have, I would say, a contested witness, Diego Ibarra, and then later our Hipkiss Ibarra giving statements. To the extent that those statements are on the body cam, we have to object.
What we could do, Your Honor, we
Fair
can
objection.
offer the statements, the content of those statements until and after those witnesses testify. So at this time, we can play those portions of the body cam on mute. So that we are just offering this part of the body cam for the images that you see, and we don't have to play the audio.
You're just going to see the video.
Intend to play a part of the audio for State's Exhibit 177 is with the next witness who's going to talk about statements made by this defendant at the scene, which would be a statement made of the defendant, which is not hearsay.
That's good response.
It will be admitted for that purpose
Good objection, good response.
at this time.
You can. It's not hearsay if the defendant says it because they
And so
could
all
take the
needed
stand.
when
They
we're
just don't have.
talking to,
Cannot be compelled to take
The
it.
other two residents, the audio will come back in when this officer enters the residence. So if at any time, if you feel like I have violated that stipulation, I would just ask that you make a contemporaneous objection so we can handle it.
Yes.
Thank you. Handing
That's
you
very
what's
professional
been,
objection, very
marked
professional
as State's
response.
Exhibit 178 through 194. I'm gonna have you look at all of those and then I'll
And what he
ask you
said,
some-
punch the like button. We need people to get in here. Get you some friends in the audience. This was when he first discovers his brother. They were looking for a man wearing an Adidas hat, and they see his brother wearing it, which is that same hat that was worn by they'd seen on video that the
Do you recognize those
suspect
documents?
was wearing
Yes, ma'am.
an Adidas
What
hat.
are they?
They're photos that were taken on scene that day of different individuals on scene.
Are those photos that you took that day of, first of all, Diego Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there also a photo of our Hipkiss Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am.
And are there photographs of Jose Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am.
And do all of those photographs, State's Exhibit 178 to 194, do they all accurately depict those three individuals as you saw them on February 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
State would move to admit States 178 through 194, request permission to publish.
No objection.
They're admitted, you may.
I'm going to play part of States 177. And for the record, Sergeant, and for counsel and for the court, we are going to use the timer at the top right corner of your video to discuss any timestamps on the video. Is that timer in UTC?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is UTC?
It's 24-hour time.
And at 13:36 is when your video starts. Would that be what time in Eastern Standard Time?
13:36 would be 1:36, I
In the
believe.
afternoon.
Right, that's UTC.
Right. Oh,
So what time did you get on the scene?
okay, sorry. 8:32.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So 13:36 UTC is 8:36
8:36. Yes, ma'am.
a.m. in Eastern Standard Time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just so we have that straight. Your Honor, if you could toggle over, we're going to play a little bit of
Because it's 5 hours ahead.
177, and for the record, it's
Based on
going to
Greenwich
be
Mean
muted, so
Time.
there'll be no sound for the first parts of it until this officer enters, and I'll clear the record up for that. Oh, you know what? It's not plugged in. So it is.
They had found a video where they saw the suspect wearing an Adidas hat, throwing his clothing 15 minutes after she's killed in a garbage dump. And now they see him.
Thank you.
Now they saw Diego, who turns out to be his
Let me
brother,
make sure it's muted.
wearing an Adidas hat, which is the same hat. They're going to find blood on it, too. Gotta clean your hats, boys.
So since 177, the very first video that we're playing, is on mute, tell the court what we're looking at here.
I'm arriving on scene initially. I'm about to meet with Sergeant Tim Johnson, Matthews Park County Police Department.
That individual we see in the frame at 1337, who's that?
That is Sergeant Tim Johnson. I can't remember the name of the other officer in the background, and that is Diego in the red sweatshirt.
Again, Diego is the defendant's brother who lived with him, along with 3 other people
And
on the
what-
premises.
Apartment number is Diego standing out front of?
D126.
Does Sergeant Johnson show you an image at some point in this encounter with him?
Yes, right now. He's showing me a still frame image from video that they had recovered that I didn't have at that time.
And that still frame image, do we see it in your screen at 1337?
Yes, ma'am, on the phone.
And was that an image taken from a dumpster nearby?
Yes.
So he shows you that image, and then what do you do?
This is news to me. I was coming on shift roughly maybe an hour before this. So I relayed that to my superiors who were about to pull up, coincidentally, and then explained to them that, hey, they've got footage. At that time, I was not aware that they had already been aware of that footage.
The footage that was shown to you by Sergeant Johnson, what, if anything, was significant about it to you, and then what you were observing for yourself on Diego Ibarra?
At first, videoing it or reviewing the video, the still frame photo, Sergeant Johnson informs me that the image shows a male holding a hat or having a black Adidas hat. And then he informs me that I couldn't necessarily see from that distance till I get closer to Diego, but that Diego is wearing an identical hat, a black Adidas flat-bill hat.
Did you make any observations about the hat that Diego was wearing?
Once I got closer, yes, I noticed on the back what I believe to be dirt on the brim.
And was that significant to you?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was on scene when we located Laken the day prior. She did have a lot of dirt, mulch, and things like that on her body. And I felt that if an individual was wearing that hat and was touching Laken in that manner, dirt could have been transferred to the hat by moving the hat.
They had a
So
lot
I'm
of
gonna
good
fast
luck
forward
on
a little bit for
catching this
the
guy.
record. At some point, do you begin talking to Diego Ibarra through your interpreter?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And how would you describe Diego Ibarra's demeanor with you and with you?
I mean, he's compliant. He's not posing any issues. Obviously, there's a block there through communication. But based off his physical mannerisms, I'm not
It
really
is a
getting
bench
any
trial,
deceptive
yes.
behavior per se. I was aware at this point
Very
he did provide
unusual.
a fake green card, so he was detained for that.
Right.
He seemed to understand that we were detaining him for an investigative purpose. There appeared to be good rapport between him and officers, especially with Officer Bridges there, who you see.
If you could, do you have the pointer in front of you?
I'm not sure if I do.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Point out to the court at 1342 in your muted video that we're playing. Where's Officer Bridges?
He's right here in an identical uniform that I'm wearing.
That's
All right. And the one closest to Diego in this frame.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead. So you talked to him at some point. At some point, do you decide to obtain a search warrant for the apartment and to freeze the apartment?
Correct.
Tell us a little bit about that process.
Well, based on the fact that he was wearing that hat, the time frame that Tim Johnson encountered him was within 24 hours of the murder. He was walking back towards the general direction of campus, which was concerning as well. He somewhat matched the description of the male seen in that photo, discarding of what I later learned was evidence found in that dumpster.
And specific, what evidence?
A sweater or a pullover of some sort with blood on it and hair.
Okay. And did you ever see that evidence, or you were just informed of that?
No, it was picked up throughout the middle of the night. I was there all day the day before. They sent me home to get a sleep cycle, and I was the supervisor this day.
All right.
So I never saw the evidence throughout the night.
All right, go ahead.
And
What
then
about
from
the proximity from the dumpster to Laken Riley's body?
the dumpster to Laken Riley's body, probably rough estimate 500 yards.
All right.
Yeah.
So at some point, when you're with Diego Ibarra and you decide to get the search warrant, first of all, how do you communicate that to get the search warrant?
I go and talk to my superiors and I ask them, because they're maybe 20, 30 yards away in the parking lot at another vehicle discussing. I think they were talking to some GBI agents and other agency partners. And I asked for clarification of, at this point, I gained knowledge there were other individuals inside the apartment. I wanted to start getting resources in and confirming that, yes, we are going to go ahead and surround it. A warrant's going to be sought. And I need other translators here because from what I'm gathering, no one else speaks English inside the apartment.
And how many other individuals did you believe to be inside the apartment?
At this time, 3.
And could you see them from where you're standing?
No, not without being intrusive of sticking my face up to that window, which we didn't do. One, for an officer safety standpoint, but also, I didn't have a warrant at that point yet.
Do you see the window? You said the window. Can you point the window out? Is
Yes.
that, and that's again 1342. Is that the window to D126?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to roll a little more. At some point, do you start asking Diego questions about whether he has any injuries?
Eventually, yes, I did.
And do you take pictures of him, and do you see parts of his body?
Correct. Yes, I did.
22.
This is correct. He's wearing headphones because there's a translator in the courtroom. That's why the defendant's wearing.
First of all, did you you mentioned to us that there was a fake ID, so you knew he had given a fake ID. Tell us a little bit of that process.
I didn't obtain it myself. It was provided to Sergeant Johnson when he located him and was identifying him. Sergeant Johnson provided it to me and stated, if you look at it, there's 2 different dates of birth listed. There was one vertically on the side and then one listed with the rest of his identification information.
So did you agree with Sergeant Johnson's assessment that this was not a valid form of government identification?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to go to, I'm still muted. Okay. About 1358 on State's Exhibit 177.
Now, if you just joined, everything is muted because it's hearsay issues that were raised by defense, properly raised by defense. Now, you can't show what's on camera unless you have these people come in and testify. So they're just trying to let the judge, who's the trier of fact here, because this is a bench trial.
What are we looking at here now at 1358?
I believe at this point, my captain, Seth Robinson, was interested in seeing his hands.
And does he show you his hands?
Yes. So Captain Robinson, I believe, asked Officer Bridges to relay to him to please, show us your hands, and he complied. Let's put his hands out.
And did you see his hands?
I did.
Did you see any injuries to his hands?
No.
He bites his nails.
At 13:59, what are we seeing Diego Ibarra do?
He was asked about, I believe they were asking this, if he could take his jacket off, and they were looking at tattoos as well as trying to make observations of any other potential injuries.
And
And-
go ahead.
And he takes his jacket off and becomes, I don't know exactly what he says. He starts kind of ranting a little bit and pulls his shirt up and shows us his stomach and his side tattoo.
And do you see any injuries on his stomach?
From my vantage point, no, I did not.
And if you had seen any injuries, would you have documented them?
Yes.
So may we toggle over, Your Honor? States 178, what are we looking at there?
That is a picture of Diego.
And do we see the hat he's wearing in this image?
Yes.
Is that the black Adidas hat that you've already described?
Yes, ma'am.
States 179. Well, who is that?
That's Diego.
Okay, and on his face, does he have any tattoos?
He does. He has a teardrop tattoo on his right eye, kind of off to the side there. It's a little hard to see if you zoomed in, but we identified as potential gang affiliation tattoo.
Can you point to that on
Yes.
the right side for 179? So what that image is, or that mark on his face that states 179, was that an injury?
As soon as it's on,
No, it's a tattoo.
All right, thank you.
as soon as it's on the outside of his right
States
eye.
180,
Again, it's Diego.
and do you see a tattoo on his neck?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please point to that.
Diego's nickname is El Gocho.
182.
Diego again.
Okay, does he have tattoos on the back of his neck?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please point to those? 183,
It's a close up of the picture we just looked at.
and in 183, can you actually see the rest of the hat?
You can, yeah.
Okay. 184,
Rib cage tattoo. I'm not sure what the design was.
so tattoos, but did you observe any injuries?
No.
At some point while you are there,
It's a
Sergeant,
logical
and approximately how long are you at this apartment complex that day?
All day from 8:32 in the morning, and I don't think I was released till probably 8 or 9 o'clock at night.
All right, I'm gonna go back to a different section of your video. And again, it's played on mute. We are now at 14:34 in the top count for the record. So that would be 9:38 a.m. Am I right about that?
Yes, ma'am.
At 9:38 a.m., we see an individual in a yellow shirt. Can you please point to that person first of all? And who is that person?
That is a brother Arhenis, either Arhemis or Arhenis Ibarra.
And how did this person appear in this video? What happened?
He, while speaking with Diego and waiting for resources and other things, he walked out with a trash bag, like a 5-gallon plastic white trash bag that you would buy at Kroger.
Was he detained as well?
Yes,
And did you photograph him that day?
we did.
And I don't need to toggle over, but states 185, who is that?
That's Arhenis.
Now, if you're the defense, you want to try to point the finger at one of these guys that they're the culprit, not your client.
At some point, did you obtain consent to enter the apartment?
But forensic evidence ties
And
it
did you in
into
fact enter the
Jose.
apartment?
I did.
What was your purpose of entering the apartment?
Well, he informed us that something was on the stove and that he was very adamant about going in to turn the stove off, I believe because of a fire hazard. So that was what we asked for consent to do.
And prior to going in, did you look to see if there are residents inside?
I did what we call a threshold evaluation. So I kind of peeked around from an angle because the door was already open. When Arhenis left, he left the door open. so I could kind of see what the environment inside looked like. And when I didn't see any obvious threats, that's when I got closer to the doorway.
In States 177, we're now playing the second video for the record, and we're at 1442. Could you show the court where the open door is in the
Yes.
frame? All right. I'm going to fast forward a little bit to the time where you made entry. At this point, I am going to play, so 14, we're at 14:55 for the record, and I am going to play this video with volume because there's no statements of individuals, but the officers, and there is no confrontation issue here. But now our video is not working, our audio is not working. There we go.
And that's back by the bedroom. I don't know if that's an exit. We're gonna go in there first. So just not leave. I gotta go, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I'll do it. There's a guy right here. There's a guy right here. Yeah. Alright. Hold on. 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 Policia. Hey. Policia, vamos.
He said he left them on the stove, so I'm gonna try to get it off.
Hey, I need you to translate one at a time. Come here. Come to me. Come here.
Okay.
Who are you? I need to see his hands. I need to see his hands.
Hey, what is motherfucker about?
Tell him to slowly get out. Ask him to do anybody else.
Despacito, despacito, de la cama.
Alright, slowly.
También acá, despacito.
There's our douchebag.
¿Tienes algo en los bolsas? ¿Hay alguien más aquí dentro? No.
For me.
Vente para acá. Ahorita ella no va a ir.
There's nobody else in here?
¿Hay alguien más ahí dentro? No. He said no.
Turn this bitch on.
Okay, I'm going to pause it at 14:58 for the record. Were there people inside the apartment?
Yes.
How many?
2,
What were they doing?
laying in bed.
Could you see their hands or their bodies?
No.
You had Bridges translate for you at some point, and when you went in, we could see a light. Were you holding a flashlight in your hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there, in fact, beans on the stove?
There were in
Okay.
a crock pot, the ceramic part of a crock pot.
And you turned those off?
I tried.
The individual, first of all, the two individuals was one male and one was female.
Correct.
Okay. The female, what was her name?
Her name was Rosabelli, and I can't remember her last name at the moment.
The other male that was in the apartment, what is his name?
Jose Ibarra.
And do you see that person that you pulled out of the apartment at 1458 in this screen?
Yes, you do.
And what color clothing is he wearing?
Red shirt, black shorts, and like black and red sandals.
And the person that you pulled out of the apartment on the 23rd day of February 2024, do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Please point to him and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing for the record.
He's wearing a striped button-down shirt.
May the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant. Did you at some point have the opportunity to observe Jose Ibarra, the defendant, on scene?
Yes.
How close were you at times to Jose Ibarra?
Your normal conversation distance, maybe a foot and a half.
Did you observe any injuries to Jose Ibarra?
I did.
What injuries did you observe?
While speaking to him, I noticed on his right arm, his bicep, there was a scratch, which I identified as a potential defensive wound. On his left arm, he had a forearm scratch that was very similar, which in my mind, looked like fingernail scratches to me. While he was sitting there speaking to us, I also noticed on his left wrist, just below the palm, he had a puncture, maybe a half an inch wide, that through my experiences of playing sports in high school and receiving the same injury from fingernails in football, I could see like wet flesh, like almost like it was fresh. It wasn't very old, possibly still irritated. And as he moved his wrists, when I was looking at them closely, I could actually see the liquid, or I guess body fluids that would be in that cut, kind of reflecting with light.
Did you observe? I'm going to publish a few of the photos. Court, would you please toggle over it, Your Honor?
They got a thumbprint off the phone because he
States
hung up the
186.
phone on 911.
Who is that?
That's Jose Ibarra.
And how would you describe his beard and mustache situation?
It's thicker than Diego's, if I remember correctly. Not well maintained. He had sort of a neck beard. Wasn't very long, but it was definitely an established beard. I wouldn't consider it like a 5 o'clock shadow.
Did Jose Ibarra have any tattoos on his neck?
No.
As far as height and weight differentials, you were with both Jose Ibarra and Diego Ibarra?
Correct.
How would you describe their height and weight differential?
Let's be fair, this was the next day.
Weighed more through my observations and was shorter.
And when you say at the time, does he look thinner in court today?
He does.
Is that the way he looked on February 23rd as far as weight? When I say he, I mean Jose.
No.
States 188, what's
This
that?
is roughly 24
That is
hours
the back
after the murder.
of Jose's head.
187?
That is a close-up picture of Jose's mouth and lips.
And him screaming at us.
We were concerned. It looked like his lips were red and irritated.
189?
A side profile picture. That's the right arm with a scratch.
191?
That would be the left lower wrist, forearm area with a scratch, as well as the palm.
192?
That is his left palm that had some bruising on the thumb palm area. And if you kind of look below that area, you'll see an irritated red area, which is where I saw that fingernail puncture mark.
Okay, the one that was pussing or oozing? You said?
Yeah, it was.
Could you please point to that in 192? At the middle of the screen, thank you.
Right.
193?
That's another picture of his right arm with a tattoo, but also you can see the fingernail scratch.
Oh, his bicep.
and 194.
That is a scratch on his forearm.
I don't think it's going to be that long. I would think that this thing would. I think like I don't know, maybe tomorrow or the next day. It's
At some
not that
point,
long. It's not that
did
much.
you question Jose Ibarra about his injuries?
I used a translator. Yes, we did.
Who was that translator?
That was Officer or Corporal Rafael Sayan.
And is that the individual, Rafael Sayan? Did we just see him in now 1519 in your body cam video? Hold on,
Correction.
I'll back it up a little bit. Is that Rafael Sayan?
Correct. Yes.
And may I have one moment with Council?
So I am like 2 minutes behind, a minute and a half behind or so. I don't know. So a minute and a half to 2 minutes behind. So I'm going to try and see if I can catch.
Sergeant Epps, at this point in your day, how would you describe the legal status of Jose Ibarra?
He's detained.
And in that detention, did Officer Sayan, and did you ask Officer Sayan to advise him that he had been detained?
Correct. Yes, we did.
And did you ask Officer Sayan to advise him that he was not under arrest?
Yes, we did.
And did you ask Officer Sayan to advise them that you were obtaining a search warrant for their apartment?
We did.
Okay. So during this detention of the defendant, first of all, tell me, were they allowed to move freely around in y'all's presence?
Yes. I think mainly Rosa Belli was standing up the whole time. She was walking around freely. They were talking to each other. They started smoking cigarettes. We heard people laughing. I even made the comment to my officers of let's make sure we're listening to what they're saying in case we get some utterances. But so, yeah, we weren't restricting their rights to talk to each other or anything like that.
Their defense
And
seems to
who
be
specifically
circumstantial
did you see?
evidence, not enough.
I
to
believe at
convict.
one point I did see Jose smoking a cigarette.
So he was allowed to smoke a cigarette.
Yes.
Is he handcuffed in any way?
No.
And their conversations amongst that's the four of them were talking amongst one another. You said you heard laughter about how many times?
I only heard it probably once, and it was from, I think, Rosa Belli, maybe Arhenis. I didn't know what they were talking about. From what I understand, talking to Officer Sayan, they thought it was amusing how many police cars we had, and that the mobile command center was showing up in the parking lot.
During this time period, did you ask Officer Sayan to ask Jose Ibarra how he got his injuries?
We did.
And was that captured on your body cam video?
I believe so.
And if I were to continue to play this, would that be the part that we're about to see? What I'm going to do is wait till Officer Sayan is here so he can translate what was being said. And I think, Your Honor,
That's what we got.
that completes my questions except for this. Sergeant Epps, did you ever search the apartment yourself that day?
No.
And who did the search of the apartment?
To my knowledge, GBI agents.
Did you arrest the defendant for anything that day?
No.
And at some point during this day, did you learn or did you see him get arrested
He's
by
part of the
ACCPD
campus police.
for a bench warrant that was outstanding for Athens, Clark County?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, all of that evidence has already been admitted through the stipulation of Sergeant Johnson. Attached to Sergeant Johnson's stipulation are the exhibits from his testimony,
Morning, RC.
including the bench warrant that this defendant was arrested for that day. So I just want to close the record on that. And I'll pass the witness.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
When you first saw Diego Ibarra, he was wearing the hat that you had seen your
They want to try and
suspect
portray it
wearing.
as if Diego's the one who did it. The guy. What's happening? Oh, come on. Don't suck on me.
like red clay dirt.
I think initially that's what I thought it was.
You also at some point saw that Diego had a UGA employment ID.
Correct.
And that ID allows him access to some of UGA's campus, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Phrasing.
And you were informed that Diego was first seen walking towards the Rogers Road bus stop.
Correct.
And that bus stop is specifically a place where UGA buses can come and pick up students, right?
Yes.
And you also were able to
It should be,
confirm
but they didn't
through,
ask for it, so no,
investigate
it's
your
not going to
internal
be.
UGA database that
Unfortunately.
Diego did work for a UGA department, is that correct?
Correct.
He worked for the
you
Bolton
ask me-
Dining Commons?
They
There were
should-
some issues figuring out exactly where, because it doesn't necessarily.
If you ask me, they should deport him back via catapult that flings him out at 2,000 miles an hour with no safety net over the wall.
Say their place of employment, they'll say he's in that division. So once we kind of figured that out later on, but yeah, we knew he was an employee for dining.
So you did eventually establish that he worked at Bolton Dining Commons?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You also noticed that Diego was wearing dark, long pants.
Yes.
And we know that the dark, long pants are similar to the ones that were in the video of the man walking toward the dumpster.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
When you first saw Jose Ibarra, he was asleep, right?
Yes, I believe so.
You had trouble waking him up.
I wouldn't say trouble waking up. I just had to talk very loudly.
Okay. And you also had to kind of rap on the door frame.
Yeah, to wake him up.
And you would agree that he was a little slow initially getting up and out of bed.
Correct.
But you believe that was because he was confused having just woken up.
I didn't know what he was doing. I couldn't see his head. I said there's a guy asleep right here because he was in a sleep posture under covers. I couldn't see his hands. So he was slow. I could see the possible confusion because I'm not very good at speaking Spanish. I'm sure that to a Spanish speaker, I have a foreign accent like a Spanish speaker may have a foreign accent with English to me. So that's why I could see why there may have been some confusion for him.
But to be clear, you felt that his
All the better.
slowness to respond was due to your Spanish speaking, his having woken up rather than passively resisting.
Possibly, yes.
And that's what you put in your report.
Yes.
When Officer Bridges came in and delivered the command to show his hands, Mr. Ibarra immediately put his hands in the air.
Correct.
Now, when you detained all the individuals, they were detained outside of the apartment,
Correct.
and it was February morning, right?
Correct.
It was a little bit chilly.
It was kind of similar, honestly, if I remember correctly, the weather now, about 50s, 60s.
At some point, Rose Bailey asked to get a jacket, and she was cold.
As I was leaving the apartment, I was informed by, I believe, Bridges, or maybe it was an Athens officer, that she wanted a jacket.
When you observed the markings on Jose Ibarra, you did not observe any blood in the wounds.
I didn't see blood, no.
They did not appear deep enough to draw blood.
No, the only one that I think could reasonably draw blood, which obviously the scratches that I wouldn't say would be dripping blood, there could have been blood present, but that left puncture on the wrist that I described, I could see there be more blood coming from that than his scratches.
Did you observe any scabbing?
No.
As in fresh wounds.
Just one moment, please.
I guess maybe they can fling him at the wall a few times, like sort of miss on like the height. So you sort of hit the wall a few times, and then take his lifeless body and fling it back over once you're sure there's nothing left.
Questions this time?
Redirect.
No, sir.
Excused.
Yes, sir. No objection.
We call your next witness.
State calls Raphael Sayan.
Raphael Sayan is the translator, the officer who translates. I'm going to change the banner here. The chyron at the bottom is where I tell you whose witness it is, and I try to keep up with whether it's direct or cross, but I missed it that time.
You can you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please take a seat, state and spell your first and last name.
My first name is Raphael, Rafael, and my last name is Sayan, Sayan.
Where do you work?
University of Georgia Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
5 years.
What are your current duties and responsibilities?
I'm a patrol corporal, and my duties are to train new officers so they're ready to be on the road.
As a patrol corporal, you wear a uniform like you are today in court,
Yes, ma'am.
and do you also drive a patrol car
Yes.
and wear body cam videos as well?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you, Corporal Sayan, can you speak Spanish?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
How do you know how to speak Spanish?
I've been speaking it for 34 years. I'm bilingual, fluent. Parents are from Peru. Went to Peru many, many times. My wife is also Latina, so we speak Spanish at home very often.
Okay. And your wife is from what country?
Colombia.
So you speak Spanish, and your parents are from Peru.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the South American type of dialect of people who speak Spanish?
Yes, ma'am. I am.
Tell us a little bit about that.
South American Spanish.
Yes.
Yeah, it's well, it has its own dialect. It's very different from Central American Spanish and what I would call Mexican dialect too.
Interesting.
So it's easy to pick up when you hear it, especially living within those communities for many, many years.
Oh, I had
and
no
growing
idea.
up with it, but
Interesting.
there is a different dialect to it. Mhm.
Do you believe you're well versed in South American Spanish?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you read in Spanish and write in Spanish?
Yes, ma'am. I can.
And do you speak Spanish in your household still?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working on February 23rd of 2024?
I was.
Did you get a call from Sergeant Epps and
Let's see
asked
if
to
this
come
is
and help translate at an apartment complex?
Yes, ma'am. I did.
And about what time did you get there?
I would say it was right before 9 in the morning.
That is one of the charges, peeping Tom.
Right. 8:45ish.
8:45ish. When you got there, what were you asked to do?
Once I arrived, once they pulled everybody out of the apartment, I was requested to observe and to translate.
Did you do so?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
I want to ask you about all 4 individuals out there. First of all, did you have the opportunity to converse in Spanish with a Diego Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you have the opportunity to converse in Spanish with a Rosbelli Flores?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have the opportunity to converse in Spanish with Argenis Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have the opportunity to speak in Spanish to Jose Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any difficulties understanding their Spanish?
No.
Did they seem to have any difficulties understanding your Spanish?
By them responding to my questions and us conversing, I would say that no, they understood me very well.
The person named Jose Ibarra, did you question him that day and ask him some questions about injuries that were observed on him?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What language did you ask him those questions?
It would be in Spanish.
And what language did he respond back to you?
In Spanish.
And at this point, before we get into the statements, Your Honor, just for the record, defense counsel has not filed for a Jackson Deno, and I'll let her take it from there.
We will not be raising a Jackson Deno issue this time.
Jackson Beno.
When you were conversing or speaking with Jose Ibarra that day and asking him about injuries, about how close were you to him?
I would say roughly between 3 to 4 feet.
And prior to, and if you could sit a little into that microphone, thank you. Prior to
whether it's
you asking
voluntary
him questions about his injuries,
Deno.
were the 4 residents of that apartment allowed to kind of move around, and were they talking to one another?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, they were speaking to one another, laughing. Yeah.
And how would you describe the vibe between them and what was going on at this time?
It seemed very relaxed. There was a lot of laughing, giggling, especially when they were talking about how they were woken up, pulled out of the apartment, smoking. So I would say the vibe or the atmosphere was very relaxed.
Jackson Deno is a reference to a Supreme Court case wherein they basically set the parameters for when a confession may be involuntary. So apparently, defense doesn't think that there's any sort of involuntary violation of that claim that it should be kept out his statements because it was an involuntary confession.
Facts and call.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been already admitted as State's Exhibit 177, and have you seen it? And you know what? It's already admitted, so I'm going to show you something from it. Sorry, it's had it. But you have seen 177?
Yes, I have.
And what is it?
It's going to be axon footage.
From your conversation with Jose Ibarra
That's correct. Yes.
on the 23rd day of February 2024?
She was killed on the morning of the
It would
22nd.
be
This is
starting
a day
after
later.
axon footage.
This is a full day later.
So you had footage and he had
Where they found
footage,
him.
right?
Correct.
And do you see yourself in this footage? I'm going to publish the third video in States 177. Do you see yourself right there?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Oh, I'm sorry. We got to toggle over. And this may be a little difficult to do. Hopefully you're going to be able to hear it. But what I would like you to do for the record is translate to us exactly what you asked him and exactly what he said back to you. And if you have problems hearing it and you need to hear it again, just let me know and we'll rewind it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Hold on a second. Well, we have no volume at all. So hold on just one moment. I'll start it over. Okay. All right. I want to start it over. There we go.
My friend, can you do me a favor?
All right. Let's say that again.
My friend, can you do me a favor?
Okay. So you said, my friend, can you do me a favor? And why did you ask the question in that manner?
It's just my mannerisms when I speak Spanish. I'm very respectful to folks. It's just the way I was raised, and it's Latin American culture.
All right.
I asked him, I have a question. Why? And then I point to to my left knuckle. Why is this red? He responds by saying that because of the cold.
Because of the what?
The cold. I asked him what happened there, and he.
And for the record, we're at 15:20 of the video, and he is pointing to his left arm.
It would be his right bicep.
His right arm. Sorry,
Mhm.
I was a little backwards. His right bicep. Okay, and you asked what?
I asked what happened there, and he said that he had a scratch, but he didn't exactly explain from where or how.
What happened there? Keep it up. What happened there?
I asked him about another scratch on where his left wrist meets his left forearm. If you could actually just repeat that portion right there.
Keep it up. What happened there?
I asked him what happened there.
Okay, what you said what?
What happened there? Pause it, please. He says, I don't have anything there. There's nothing there. And then he starts pointing at it again, saying that, oh, it's just a scratch.
So when he said that there was nothing there, could you see something there?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
What could you see?
It looked like I don't know exactly the time, but I could see there was still a little bit of pus in it.
Pus?
So it didn't look very old.
Okay.
But I could see that there was a scratch on his wrist. I asked him to raise up his sleeves.
It was.
Okay.
The red knuckles to the bone. And the scratch over there is,
Do you hit the face or anything?
what's it, not fair on the over?
I asked him, were you struck in the mouth? He, he responded to me that, no, he was not struck in the mouth and that it's the cold air on his lips, that he uses chapstick. I asked him to raise up his hair. I also asked him to raise up both sides of his hair.
What did you observe when he raised up his hair?
I could see that there was a red mark going across, like as if he had been wearing a hat.
Or was cold.
He explains to me that he wears a hat, a gorra, a hat, and continue.
What kind of hat does he wear?
I then ask him what type of hat, and he motions over to Diego, who's sitting to the right of him, that it's a hat very similar to that one that was on Diego's head.
Thank you.
Very similar. It's the same one.
And does that complete your conversation with Jose Ibarra about his injuries?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you, at some point, does he use the word for nail in Spanish?
Oh, no, he doesn't.
Okay. Do you use that word?
In Spanish?
Yes.
The nail. So the word in Spanish for nail, as in like a fingernail, would be, excuse me. Sorry, I apologize. I'm drawing a blank right now.
Yeah.
But it would be uña.
Okay.
But I didn't hear that.
Okay.
He didn't respond that to me.
He did not.
Mhm.
What was the question that you asked with uña that he did not respond back to?
Well, I had asked him how did he receive those scratches, and he didn't give me a clear answer at all.
Hold on.
What's going on now? I don't hear anything now.
Okay. I want to have you hear this one section, Corporal Sayan. Okay, come on.
Okay.
Reading them up to the red knuckles to the bone. And the scratch over there is,
Do you hit the face or anything?
what's it, not fair on the over?
Sorry, there we go. We're back at 15:19. If you could just listen to this again.
That's uña.
All right. Did you use the word uña in those questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What word did you use?
It sounds like I didn't really use a word. I asked what had happened there. Mhm.
What happened there?
And his answer to the specific one about the left wrist was what?
Well, at first he said where. I mean,
Okay.
the way it looked like he was acting as if there was nothing there, but I could clearly see there was a scratch. Mhm.
At first, that's what he said, where, and then what?
And then he pointed at it, and again, he doesn't really tell me how he got it. Yeah.
All right. One moment, Your Honor. One final thing. Corporal Sayan, the phrase in Spanish, yo tengo, what does that mean literally?
Yo tengo would exactly translate to I have.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
I don't know what we get from that. Across.
Good morning, ma'am.
That's
This
close.
all occurred on February morning,
Yes, ma'am.
and I believe you said you arrived around 8:45 in the morning.
8:45-ish.
And this was a little bit after that, but still in the morning.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Ibarra was wearing a short sleeve shirt
Yes, he was.
and shorts
Yes.
and slides,
And I would say so.
and he didn't have any sort of jacket or other covering.
No, ma'am.
Just a moment.
Really getting much so far.
And when you asked him about a hat, and he gestures towards, Mr. Diego Ibarra, he doesn't say, I wore that hat. He says, I wore a hat like that.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I heard.
All right. No further questions.
Redirect.
No, sir.
You can excuse.
Yes, sir.
Any objections?
No objection.
You're excused. You call your name?
State calls Special Agent Annie Mormon.
There's a check the Chiron. If you want to know who's testifying, who's witness, etc., I try to throw that in the banner at the bottom. Once they get sworn in, give their name.
If you could raise your right hand, please, ma'am. You swear affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth, and the matter of State of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please take a seat, spell your first and last name.
My name's Annie Mormon, A-N-N-I-E, Mormon, M-O-O-R-M-A-N.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you worked for the GBI?
4 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities?
I currently serve as a crime scene specialist with the Region 11 GBI office.
What do you do as a crime scene specialist?
Collect evidence, process scenes, send evidence to the crime lab.
And tell the court a little bit about your training for your job.
Sure. So we participate in a GBI Special Academy, which is 13 weeks. And then on top of that, we participate in a lot of extensive training to become a crime scene specialist, which includes
Blue banner at the bottom.
advanced training in blood stain pattern analysis, reconstruction of crime scenes and such.
Were you asked to assist the University of Georgia Police Department in searching an apartment on the 23rd day of February, 2024?
Yes.
Could you tell the court what was the address of that location and about what time did you get there and what you did when you got there?
Sure. The address was 2085 South Millage Avenue, the Argo Apartments, apartment D126. I had been in that apartment complex from approximately 11 a.m., helping do neighborhood canvases, specifically to search that apartment. We didn't start that until approximately 3:30 in the afternoon.
Tell us a little bit about the canvassing process. What was going on with the canvassing of the apartment and about what time did that start?
I believe it started around 10:30 or 11 a.m. There were many GBI agents on that property, probably somewhere between 40 and 50 of us. We had broken down into smaller groups to speak to each individual apartment occupant to try to get any sort of information we could.
And then at some point you turned your attention to searching the apartment.
Yes.
Prior to searching that apartment, was a search warrant obtained?
Yes, it was.
Tell the court, first of all, in general terms, describe the apartment.
D126?
Sure. The apartment was approximately 700 square feet, maybe 20 by 35 feet. It was one room essentially. It was kind of an open space living area that had 2 beds and a couch with a small closet, a small kitchen in the northwest corner, and a bathroom in the northwest corner.
When you searched the apartment, did you take photographs?
Yes, I did.
And did you also do a crime scene sketch or a sketch of the apartment?
I did.
I'm going to hand you a series of photographs. They are marked for the record as states 195 through 235, with the exception of states 209 through 215 and 225 and 226. Those numbers will not be used. So handing you this stack, and then I'm going to ask you some questions. Okay? Do you recognize those items?
I do, yes.
The 235, can we start with that? What is it?
This is a crime scene sketch I created after searching
I'm
the
good.
apartment.
Is that an accurate sketch of the apartment?
Yes.
So we moved it to 235.
No objection.
235 submitted.
And then the remaining of the exhibits that I handed you, what are they?
These are photographs that I took during that search.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the apartment and the items inside the apartment as you saw them on the 23rd day of February, 2024?
Yes.
State would move to admit state's exhibits 195.
We're a minute behind live,
204,
but I'll
with
catch
the
up soon.
exception of
Yes,
209
it is today.
to 215. Also accepting 225 to 226. Those numbers will not be used.
No objection.
And may I request permission to publish? I've set some gloves in front of you. I don't think you're gonna need them. I don't know, just in case if you need to use them, go ahead.
Okay.
First of all, in searching the apartment, let me come back and grab those exhibits. And I'll give you these if you might need them. Okay, thank you. And it's starting first with 235, could you tell the court what we're looking at here?
Sure. This is a sketch of the apartment, D126 that I searched that day.
Unfortunately,
How many beds
no.
were in that apartment, and did you note them?
There were 2 queen-size beds along with a sofa.
Okay, where are they noted for the record? If you could use, there's a pointer. There should be a pointer next to you.
Am I pointing at this TV?
Yes, you
are. Sure. So this is the west wall. There was a queen-size bed here with the head towards the kitchen. And then there was another queen-size bed located on the south wall here with the head towards the west wall, and a sofa here between the closet area and this bed.
Where's the front door in that image, 235? Then?
The front door is here. It's catty-cornered in the apartment.
At the bottom of the
Yes,
the exhibit?
the southwest corner.
States 195, what are we looking at there?
This is the front door of the apartment here. You go into an alcove. There's an apartment on your left and an apartment on your right. And this is the door to D126.
And that's the blue door that we see in States 195 for the record.
Yes.
States 197, what does that depict, and where's that photograph taken from?
So this is taken from the doorway of apartment D126 looking into the apartment. This is the bed located on the west, the head of the bed is located on the west wall there. And this is the front of the apartment to the south.
199.
So this is looking into the apartment. This is the bed located along the west wall with the kitchen area here and the bathroom in the back right corner in the closet area.
Was this photograph taken from the perspective where you're actually standing at the front door?
Yes, the door is to my left here.
States 200.
So this, I'm standing in the entrance to the kitchen area, looking back at the front door. This is the south wall of the apartment with the queen size bed on the west wall and the other queen size bed here on the, I'm sorry, yes. That one.
States 200. 202.
Sure, I'm standing in the middle kind of the open living space, and this is the closet located in the apartment.
204.
This is the bathroom located in the northeast corner of the apartment.
206.
That's from inside the bathroom, the tub that was located in that bathroom in the apartment.
208.
That is the kitchen area located in the apartment.
Now, when you were in this apartment, first of all, how long did it take you to search the apartment?
I believe I was there for approximately 8 hours.
Were you looking for, well, what were you looking for?
A number of things that were listed on the search warrant, specific clothing, any sort of blood, any sort of blunt object that could have been used to create Ms. Riley's injuries.
For blood, how did you search for blood?
So we visually search for blood, anything that looks like it may be blood, or even if it doesn't necessarily look that way, if it just looks odd, then we can do tests to see if it is blood.
They believe she was bludgeoned with a rock.
Did you find any
Literally like
items
Abel.
with blood inside that apartment?
No, we did not.
Did you at some point seize some gloves?
We did.
Tell me about the gloves and where were they and why did you take them?
So in the search of this kitchen area, specifically this left-hand top drawer, there were located 3, I guess what I would describe as utility type kitchen gloves, plastic in nature, looked like restaurant style, like you would use in a kitchen gloves.
Showing you 216, what does that look like?
So upon opening the drawer, the gloves were located here. It's kind of dark, but you can see the outline of the gloves there.
Why were those gloves of interest to you?
Earlier in the day, officers had located gloves that had been described as looking sort of like these from a bush at the apartment complex.
Did you seize these gloves?
I did.
And when you seized them, how did you collect them?
They were collected and placed into an evidence bag.
And did you seal it?
Yes, I did.
And was it eventually transported to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation for analysis?
I transported it to the UGA Police Department and turned it over to their evidence personnel, Daniel Saunders.
And when you transported it to him, did you deliver it to him sealed?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked. Oh, right there, sorry. States Exhibit 244 for the record. Do you recognize 244? If you could look inside that for me.
Would like me to remove it? From the
Yes, if you could to look at it.
Yes.
Do you recognize those items inside the bag?
Yes.
What are they?
These are the gloves that I collected on the night of the 23rd, excuse me.
The statement moved to admit states 240, what is it? Sorry, 244. And request permission.
244 is admitted.
I'm just gonna
It
take
looks like the
one of
glove
them
she's
out.
wearing.
Okay.
All right, and I'll put the rest back in. Those are the gloves. At some point, did you observe or see any electronic devices in the apartment?
I did, yes.
How many?
I believe there were 2 tablets and 7 cell
How many?
phones that we seized.
I want to talk to you specifically about States Exhibit 219. What does that depict?
So those were 2 cellular devices that we found and seized.
On what bed were these 2 devices? And I'm going to go back to your crime scene sketch for that. So the 2 devices that we see in States Exhibit 219, going back to your crime scene sketch of 235, what bed were those devices seized from?
So they were on the bed along the west wall here at the head of this bed near the kitchen.
All right, thank you. And while you were searching this apartment, were 2 of the residents who resided inside that apartment outside?
Yes.
Who were those 2 individuals?
Rose Belly, Flores Bello, and our Hipkiss.
If you could adjust your microphone a little
I'm
bit
so
more
sorry.
closer, yes, just if you could scoot up a little bit, because
Sure.
when you speak, I'm having a hard time hearing you. And I need to make sure they can hear you over here as well. So those 2 individuals were who?
Rose Belly, Flores Bello, and our Hipkiss Ibarra.
And those individuals were outside. At
Yes.
some point, did you gain permission from them, and did you identify electronic devices that belonged to both of those individuals?
Yes, we did.
Rose Belly and Arhenis.
Yes,
And were those devices inside the apartment as well?
they were.
With those devices, what did you do with the 2 devices that belonged to Arhenis and Rose Belly?
So I did not have a conversation with Rose Belly, but there were additional agents on scene, Agent Cameron Karate and Special Agent in Charge Trent Hillsman, who had a conversation with Rose Belly and determined which phones belonged to she and our Hipkiss. Those phones were removed from the apartment and they processed those phones on scene.
And did those 2 give y'all consent to process their phones?
They did.
Were they waiting for you all to finish your search?
Yes.
So how long were they waiting for you? Like how long? You told us you were there 8 hours, 9 hours?
Yes, I was there approximately 8 hours from 3:30 in the afternoon till 11:30 at night.
At some point, did Rose Belly identify 2 devices that belonged to Jose?
Yes.
Did you seize those 2 devices?
Yes, we did.
Are those 2 devices the 2 devices that we saw on the bed in the photograph that
They
we've just
are.
shown?
Yes.
Well, there won't be a confrontation issue because she's going to be our next witness. And I would offer that only for, to explain the officer's conduct about why she seized the device, but any confrontation
We're going to hear from the
issue,
roommate
will be
next.
cleared up by the next witness, or will be cured by the next witness.
So I will overrule the objection at this time. If it needs to be made later, I will reconsider.
This is one of those quirks about him playing both judge and jury. He's going to hear it now. Theory, he would sustain the objection later. He's already heard it, so then he would have to discount
I
it from
did,
the
yes.
evidence.
What are 245?
And he never heard it.
These are the cell phones that were located on that bed on the west wall of the apartment.
And are those the cell phones that you seized that evening?
Yes.
What did you tell us about the seizure of those 2 devices? But before I do that, I want to move to admit 245 and 246.
Your Honor, we're still maintaining our objections that have already been heard in motion to suppress, but some of those objections do not be noted.
Those objections are noted, and I will admit it. 245, 246.
Tell us about the seizure of 245 and 246, these two cell phones.
So they were located, like I said earlier, on the bed along the west wall. We believed that exigent circumstances existed to seize those, even though they were not specifically written within the search warrant. We believed we
Exigent
would be
means it's
covered because we
emergency.
would not be searching those at that time. We knew that search warrants would be obtained later to search those. We were fearful that had we left them, the phones could be destroyed in any type of manner. We were also worried about
Could have secured them.
the evidence located on those phones possibly being disturbed. I'm sorry, my word
No.
just left me, but being able to be wiped with it, should we not take those with us.
Could you put those two phones in airplane mode? Were you able to do that?
So we were not able to put them in airplane mode. We did not have access to them. We didn't know the codes to them and were not able to get into them.
So if you were not able to get into them to put them in airplane mode, were you able to search those phones at all?
No.
How much clothing did you look through
Sure.
in that apartment?
There was a lot of clothing.
And did you look at all of it?
Yes.
And were you looking for specific items?
We were looking for specific items.
I'm going to show you an exhibit that I will link up with FBI agent. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 247. Do you recognize the person and those items inside that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you recognize in that exhibit?
So that is Mr. Ibarra.
And then Mr. Ibarra in this courtroom?
Jose, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Jose Ibarra.
And those items that you see in that image, were you looking for those items that evening in apartment D26?
Yes, we were.
I would move to admit 247, and I'll link it up with the next second.
Your Honor, my understanding is that is a photo that's derived from the forensic review of the phone. So I'm not certain, just
Fair
because
point.
she wasn't able to search the phone, I don't think she's the proper witness to lay the foundation for it.
Well, that's why I'm going to complete the loop with Special Agent Hipkiss, but she's at least identified the defendant and the clothing that she was looking for. So I believe it's a proper thing to ask her about, and then I can, when Special Agent Hipkiss testifies, I can complete the loop of this photo.
Well, I will reconsider the admissibility once we hear the further testimony from another witness.
Thank you.
So I'm not admitting it at this time.
Okay. The items that we see in States 247, Jose Ibarra carrying and wearing, did you ever find those items inside your search of the apartment D126?
No, we did not.
I believe that's it, Your Honor. I'll pass the case.
Cross-examine.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you conducted a search of the apartment, you were involved in the neighborhood canvass.
Yes.
And without telling me what you said, you spoke with an individual named Jennifer Slonaker.
Yes.
And while you were speaking to Ms. Slonaker, another individual kind of voluntarily joined the conversation.
Correct.
And that individual was Stephanie Slayton.
Correct.
And while you were speaking with Ms. Slayton, you were up on the second floor balcony of building D in the apartment complex.
Yes.
So you were a balcony above where the police had secured the apartment residence below.
Yes.
And you and Ms. Slayton and Ms. Slonaker could occasionally hear snippets of conversation from below.
Yes.
Ms. Slayton was acting very fearful, was she not?
Yes.
And she told you that she was fearful of.
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, this is not hearsay because we're not using it for the truth of the matter asserted, but for their state of mind.
Whose state of mind? Not of the declarant who's not present.
It's for the effect on the listener of Ms. Slayton, her state of mind.
but the
Why?
Ms. Slayton is not present, so that makes it hearsay and not relevant what her statement
Good
is.
objection.
Until they get the declarant here, that is hearsay.
Vote sustain the objection.
Okay, Your Honor, just one moment.
Good. Yeah, that was a good objection.
Your Honor, I'll proffer that we are calling Ms. Slayton. She's under subpoena. We'll be here tomorrow. This is primarily for efficiency's sake. I just want to get some demeanor testimony and statements from Ms. Agent Mormon.
That's about demeanor.
The demeanor questions are appropriate.
Yeah.
Anything that Ms. Slayton said, I
And you can visualize
Ms.
rather
Slayton
than-
takes a stand and denies saying those things, then they will have to recall this witness. But that's just that does not make these statements admissible. They have to call the declarant first.
Sustained.
The objection is still overruled, but I agree that the demeanor questions are appropriate.
Okay. So after Ms. Slayton acted fearfully, you ended up moving her
You just
across the
assumed-
street.
Assumed that.
No, we did not move her across the street. We finished our interview with her there and then conducted a secondary interview when we found her across the street at the gas station.
And this was across the street from the apartment complex?
Yes,
And it was later that same morning?
yes.
When, now let's turn your attention to the search of the apartment. Basically, all of the apartment is one room, right?
Essentially barring the bathroom,
And you would agree with me that it was pretty messy when you arrived.
fairly.
There were piles of clothes everywhere.
Yes,
The apartment only had one closet,
correct,
and the closet was partially filled with some boxes and other detritus.
correct.
And you spent 8 hours, you said, searching the apartment?
Yes.
At what time into that 8 hours did you notice the cell phones on the bed?
I guess we noticed them. I started at the front door with the search. We started at the end of the bed on the right-hand side as you walk in the door. And
I will point out it is a little weird that they didn't get a search warrant on the phones. The exigent circumstances is an excuse to circumvent a need to have a warrant when you're going to search for or seize something. It's very difficult to understand why, when you have an area secured, you can't go through the process of obtaining a search warrant to seize the phones that you stumble upon, and you can keep them restrained from it. I think that the judge may have a problem with the seizure of the phone because they really should have gotten a search warrant beforehand. I mean, it sounds like a little bit of a lame excuse, and that's where this attorney defense counsel seems to be going. That's where I would be going if I was defense counsel, that all the stuff they got from the phone should be kept out. That's just what a defense attorney should be doing.
we were going through there were several pieces of luggage that were filled with clothing that we were going through. So it wasn't until I finished the search of all those clothes that we ran into the first cell phones on the floor next to that bed.
And what, was that an hour into your search? Can you estimate how long that was?
I would have to look at the timestamps on my photographs to be for sure, but it may be an hour or two.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you did some tests for blood. Can you explain what those tests are?
Sure. So it's a presumptive blood test. So it's a phenolphthalein presumptive blood test. There was only one area in the apartment that I questioned that looked like it could possibly be blood. When you take a sample of that substance, you add different chemicals to it, and if it were to show pink, then it confirms that it is an area of blood, and then if it does not turn pink, then it's not, and it did not.
Now, in the apartment, you would agree with me that there were 3 units somebody could sleep on.
Sure.
There was the couch on
And
the
2
right
beds.
side and 2 beds.
Yes.
And you were aware that
You have asked this. The main defense is that there's insufficient evidence that he's the one who committed this murder, and they have a lot stronger defense about the essay that he's also charged with. The murder, there is a lot of forensic digital and video evidence to tie him to it and exclude his siblings, but they're claiming that it's insufficient to reach a beyond reasonable doubt standard, which is really, that's a Hail Mary.
5 residents that lived in that house or apartment.
It's only aware of 4.
Okay. Were you aware that the queen side bed on the left side of the apartment was being shared?
On the left, are you talking about the west wall
Yes.
where we found the funds?
Yes.
I did not know if it was being shared.
No further questions.
Briefly, you had the opportunity to interview Miss Layton that morning, correct?
I did.
And without telling us anything that she said, did you observe her demeanor?
Yes.
Were you able to get close enough to her to see if you could smell or determine if she was under the influence of alcohol?
Yes.
What was your impression of her, of being, whether she was under the influence of alcohol at the time that you were talking to her?
I would say that she was. She smelled very strongly.
She
of
was
alcohol.
drunk.
And your test for blood, you did only one presumptive test in the apartment.
Yes.
Is the first part of the process a visual examination?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because what you see tells you information that you need.
So is there any way for you to like spray the entire apartment with something to see if there's blood? Or do you actually look for blood first and then test it if you suspect it?
We actually look for it first.
With your eyes?
Mhm.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
No, you are.
Should be excused.
Yes.
Then we're gonna get for the roommates now. The woman.
Subject to recall for the Miss Layton.
Take direction, if you would, from Ms. Ross.
Yes, sir. I'll bring her back if she's needed, and I'll get in contact with her.
This is probably a good time to take a recess. It'll take 10 minutes.
Oh. So there we go. We're on recess. Okay. Questions? Questions from the audience? It seems as if the next witness who is going to be called, based on what the state's attorney said, is going to be the roommate, the woman who was there. I don't remember her name. I don't know. Something Rose. No, 2 words. I don't remember her name. Anyway, so it seems as if she's going to be the next one who's going to testify. And if you missed it, last night I reviewed the opening statement. In the opening statement yesterday, the state did a pretty good job of laying out a timeline. Really, actually, not pretty good. I'm going to say, without qualifying pretty, they did a good to great job, actually, of making a compelling case that A, she was murdered, and B, the only one who could have murdered her, the most likely person beyond a reasonable doubt, is Jose Ibarra. And the way that they actually came to Jose Ibarra, we told all the story about how she went jogging and left her house at 9 or 3 in the morning, and that this guy was on the hunt to kill someone. And that even from a couple hours earlier, he had been being a peeping Tom on someone else, and peeked into someone's window and was identified, and that some woman saw him at 7 o'clock in the morning, between 7 and 8, trying to get into her house, like testing the door of her house and then peeking into her windows. And that was like between 7 and 8. And then at somewhere that Laken Riley goes jogging and leaves her house at 9:03. She normally would call her mother while she was on her jog and talk to her while she was jogging. And her mother tried calling her and couldn't get her, started having concerns that at some point around 9:06 that she was being monitored, that she would wear, because she was like a regular jogger, like she was a runner, like she did cross country type running, was actually someone who would compete in different cross country type events. So she had gear to monitor her heart that she actually shared with her roommates. She had 3 roommates. They lived 4 University of Georgia students who lived together and were good friends. And she actually shared her information with them. And when the mother couldn't get a hold of her, she tried calling her roommates, and roommates tried tracking her. And there was an outage that they had because they were all with AT&T, and AT&T was having outages on the morning of February 22nd this year. This all happened February 22nd, 2024. But after they piece everything together, ultimately they start looking for her. They find her ear pod, and that's when because when they're able to start tracking her phone, they couldn't, and they find her ear pod off of the path that she normally jogged on, and that's when they notify the police. The police immediately jumped in and started searching for her body, searching for her, hoping to find her. And like 25 minutes after they start searching for her, they find her. And they start trying to. She's obviously very badly. What they say is very badly injured and looked at, and they tried all sorts of revival attempts to no avail. When they found her, that her shirt, she was wearing what's it called, a jogging bra, a shirt, and a jacket, and leggings. That all of her top clothing was raised up to expose her breasts, and that her leggings and underwear were in disarray and ripped, and that she was clearly dead by the time they got there. When they checked the heart monitor stuff, they can basically see, they saw that her heart stopped in 9:26. So 9:28, somewhere around there. Anyhow, and everything was very consistent with what they tracked from his phone, where he was, to basically assess that it was him. In addition, on the phone, they have his thumbprint. Apparently at 9:11 or so, she used her automatic emergency function on her phone, tried calling 911. When 911 answered, they couldn't hear anyone talking. And a minute later, hung up. The caller hung up, and the thumbprint is exactly where you would hang up on an Apple phone. And it is his thumbprint. In addition, this is all part of the forensic evidence that they have, and the digital evidence. Forensic evidence is, your classic DNA, fingerprints, as opposed to digital evidence, which is like, phone tracking and cell phone, and they were able to monitor her heart rate. They actually saw that for the entire 25 minutes that she was still alive, her heart was beating really fast. So she was clearly in a fight there. Anyhow, so it was evident that she had, in fact, her body was found under like a pile of leaves. So it was evident that someone that she was murdered is something that the defense is not contesting. They admit that she was murdered. Their defense is that they're claiming that there's insufficient evidence beyond a reasonable doubt to establish that Jose is the one who killed her. Now, how did they come to Jose? Well, at first they start, searching around, and they pretty much have nothing. They find on a ring door. You see video of a man 15 minutes after her heart stopped beating, around 9:46 or so. They find video evidence of a man walking with an Adidas hat and also wearing like Adidas gear, take off his top and throw it into the dumpster. When they go dumpster diving, they end up finding his shirt with Laken's hair and blood on it. They also found some of her blood on some rocks there. They say the cause of death was a mix of strangulation, by the way. I should have brought this up earlier. The cause of death was a mix of deprivation of air, which is consistent with strangulation, together with blunt force trauma to the head, that she was hit repeatedly in the head. They also found under her fingernails DNA, which they later confirmed matches the DNA of defendant Jose Ibarra. So they have his fingerprint, and they have his DNA under her fingernails, which is consistent with scratch marks that he has on his body, which we just saw the officer testifying that they saw scratch marks on him. In the video, you cannot see the face of the man who's taking his shirt off. You can sort of see a little bit of the side, from like a little bit behind. You can see he's got a beard. And the build is consistent with Jose Ibarra, more consistent than with his brother Diego. when they find, so then they would, the one thing they would see in that Ring video was an Adidas hat. They got really lucky, really like godlike, like miraculously lucky in finding Jose, because he ends up basically taking off his shirt and then he throws something in the bushes and then goes into this apartment. And when the police show up there, they end up finding Diego outside wearing the exact same hat, or what looked consistent with the hat. So at first they're thinking it's Diego, right? I mean, he's wearing the same hat. So that's why they start questioning him. And the hat even has like a little sticker still on it. And then they see on what looks like mulch that looks like similar to the mulch that you would get on your hat if you were in that part of the forest where Laken had been found. And then if you're with us this morning, you saw how they end up waking up everyone in the house. They brought out there was 2 brothers and a sister, and I don't know who the woman is, but there's basically 3 Ibarra brothers. So, that's where we're at now. The forensic testing basically served to exclude that it was either of his brothers. If you're a defense counsel, you're going to try and point the finger at the brother in lieu of, or either brothers, and say we don't know for sure that it wasn't one of his brothers. You got DNA, you got fingerprints, you got scratch marks, on him, and you got video, someone who looks more like Jose's build than theirs and has the same facial hair because the other brothers didn't have a beard, only he had one. So, yeah, they really have a mountain, really as much evidence as you could really hope for, in short of eyewitness or video evidence of the actual deed being done with respect to the murder charges. And so it seems really, really strong on that account. They have an eyewitness on the peeping Tom charges. There are 10 charges, for including the 911 interference, and obviously most of them are lesser charges compared to the murder and the SA. There is more a struggle to establish SA, in a sense that, and that's not me saying I don't think he at least attempted SA. But as far as proving it beyond a reasonable doubt, there's just a lot more evidence that he killed her than that he actually engaged in that type of assault. Just because there's no, and you'll likely hear the defense hit on the fact that there's no fluid from him on her, and there's no sign, and her body doesn't show any, that doesn't display that there was any sort of forced assault of a sexual nature. So, with respect to, him succeeding in engaging in that type of horrendous act, there's just less evidence. I mean, obviously the clothing is in disarray. But if you're looking from the, starting from a position of innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So her clothing being disheveled, the defense would say, well, she was dragged, her shirt and top and stuff could have come up, and that's why it was disheveled. So, and I think you can make a fair point that if that's a reasonable explanation, even if I don't think that's what happened, if that's a reasonable explanation, that would be a reason to exonerate him of that charge while finding him guilty of murder. So that may happen. I don't know what's going to happen with respect to that. But, I mean, you're asking me how logical is that? So, I mean, it really depends. You really need to see photos to see, like, the positioning of the shirt and clothing. And also, they say the underwear was ripped. So it would matter, like, how is the underwear ripped? Is it consistent with, like, trying to be pulled off, like, pulled down? Or is it consistent with, like, being dragged, if she was dragged by her feet and it was tugged up? Because they say her underwear was sort of, like, pulled up, like, sort of bunched up. So, those pictures, fortunately, have not been made public, nor should they ever be made public. So it's really hard to know based on that, based on what we've seen. And yeah, so as far as as far as proof beyond a reasonable doubt, that's my point, is that while you and I will figure that, look, this guy's some sick, pervy, peeping Tom dude who murders a woman that he just stops and basically and bludgeons her to death with whatever rocks are available to him. Now, some people point out, by the way, and this is a back and forth, which I think it was Shiloh who actually made this great point to one of the viewers who was watching. People ask, like, well, how can you have his thumbprint if in the video evidence we see he's wearing gloves? Like, how would you have a thumbprint? Well, if she called 911 and he's trying to hang up on 911, he would have had to have, he pressed his thumb on it while wearing a glove. That would not hang up the phone. It wouldn't work. And there was a hole in his glove by the thumb, which is consistent with where, I think from what I've seen, consistent with where you would sort of rip the glove to get your thumb out in order to press to hang up. So that would explain why his thumbprint is there, even though he was wearing gloves. You can hear them coming back in now. If you could please like and subscribe, I'd really appreciate it. Also, sign up at goodlogic.locals.com. Goodlogic.locals.com. I think I'm going to change my little banner here underneath.
Before the next witness is called, let me announce that this next witness is not to be filmed or photographed. So I'm going to ask the video to turn away from this witness, and I've already spoken to the still photographer about that.
Okay.
Right. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Rosbelli Flores Bello. And Your Honor, we will also be using interpreter Carlos Flores.
So she's the roommate there, who was one of the people they pulled out.
You'll raise your right
house.
hand. You swear that you will truthfully and accurately translate English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability.
I did, Judge, to the best of my abilities.
State your name, please.
Carlos T. Lares, Lares, and state certified coordinator.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lares. Come on.
Right.
You may have to bend it down some. All right.
Will you raise your right hand?
Levante, por favor, la mano derecha. Como pueda.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to present in the state versus Jose Antonio Ibarra shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Juras decir la verdad, toda la verdad y únicamente la verdad en el caso del estado de Georgia contra Jose Ibarra. ¿Lo jura por Dios?
Sí.
Yes.
Judge, can you just have just a second? We're just trying to figure out the interpreter situation so that it's not 4 different times of translation. I just like to
Okay.
explain to Mr.
That'll be
Ibarra
fine.
how
Take a moment.
I will tell you this: when you work with an interpreter, the testimony comes a lot slower. It's a lot more. You'll see. It's a lot more annoying, the testimony, because everything has to be said twice, and it's just there's no flow of a conversation, and it's obviously necessary in certain circumstances, including this circumstance. It just becomes more painful to listen to. It's just the reality.
Will you state your name for the record?
Rosbelli Lisbel
Flores Bello.
Flores Bello.
And can you spell that?
¿Puedes deletrear tus nombres y apellidos?
R
R
O
O
S
S
B
B
E
E
L
L
I
I
E
E
L
L
I
E
S
S
B
perdón
B
B B
E
A
R
R
Flores
Flores
Bello.
Bello.
That's not spelled.
Rosbeli. Second word Elis Bar Flores Bello.
And where are you from, Miss Flores Bello?
Señora Flores Bello, ¿de dónde es usted?
Venezuela.
Venezuela.
And how long have you been here in the United States?
¿Cuánto tiempo ya tiene en los Estados Unidos?
Un año.
A year.
Un año y 5 meses.
A year and 5 months.
Okay, and when did you, what month did you come here?
¿En qué mes llegó usted aquí?
En septiembre del año pasado.
In September of last year.
And who did you come here with?
She's not the
¿Con quién
nursing
aquí
student.
Se mueve? ¿Con
The
quién
victim
está?
and her roommates were nursing students.
Here right now?
She's the
And
defendant.
when you came to the United States, who did you come here with?
She's the
¿Con quién
defendant's
vino a los Estados
roommate.
Unidos cuando vino la primera vez?
Con mi pareja.
With my partner.
Okay. And where did you live first before you came here to Athens?
¿Y dónde vivió usted primero antes de llegar a Athens?
En Queens, Nueva York.
In Queens, New York.
Okay. And while you were there, did you meet the defendant, Jose Ibarra?
Estando entonces allá, ¿conoció usted al acusado, el señor Jose Ibarra? Yes.
And how did you meet him?
¿Cómo fue que lo conoció?
Por medio de la suegra.
Through a mother-in-law.
Did you get to know
That's
him
why we
well
have
in
the
New York?
Chiron.
¿Lo llegaste a conocer bien en Nueva York?
No, duré como un mes conociéndolo. Cuando me vine aquí a Athens, era como un mes conociéndolo.
No, a month knowing him. When I arrived in Athens, I have known him for a month.
And what do you call him?
¿Y cómo lo llama usted a él?
Víctor.
Victor.
Is that the
That's what the
nickname that
defendant's
other people
called,
call
Victor.
him as well?
También otras personas lo llaman a él por ese nombre. ¿Sí o no?
Sí.
Yes.
So tell us about coming to Athens. Why did you leave New York to come to Athens?
Cuéntenos sobre el venirse a Athens. ¿Por qué dejó Nueva York para venirse aquí a Athens?
Porque él me dijo que aquí había posibilidad de trabajo. Pues el hermano,
Because he told me that there would be a possibility of finding work here. The brother, el hermano,
de él lo llamaba constante de que aquí había trabajo. Y por eso fue.
his brother called him constantly, telling him that there was work here. That was why
Por eso fue que nos dirigimos acá.
we decided to come here.
And when you said his brother told you, who are you talking about? Which one of his brothers?
Cuando te refieres a que el hermano les dijo, ¿a cuál de sus hermanos te refieres?
Diego Ibarra.
Diego Ibarra.
And did he have any other brothers that you got to know?
¿Llegaste a conocer a otros hermanos que él tenía?
Argenis Ibarra.
Argenis Ibarra.
And was there anyone else that you got to know that you lived with while you were here in Athens?
¿Alguien más que llegaste a conocer que vivió con ustedes aquí en Athens?
Giancarlo Hernández.
Giancarlos Hernández.
And how did you get to Athens?
¿Y cómo llegaron a Athens?
En Nueva York pedimos en Manhattan,
In New York, we asked in Manhattan,
en el Hotel Roosevelt.
and Hotel Roosevelt.
De
Not sure who.
Manhattan pedimos
Yeah.
un vuelo humanitario aquí hasta
En-
acá, hasta Atlanta.
In Manhattan, we requested for a humanitarian flight to come here to Atlanta.
And when was that?
¿Y cuándo fue eso?
Como de 9 a 10 de septiembre.
Around the 9th, 10th of September.
And where did you go when you arrived in Athens?
Y cuando llegó a Athens, ¿a dónde fue?
Al aeropuerto
to the airport,
al aeropuerto de Atlanta.
airport,
Jackson Airport.
Atlanta Airport, Jackson Airport.
My gut says they actually promised her that they'll expedite her legality here in exchange for testifying. That's just my gut.
And then you came to Athens?
Y luego llegaron y se vinieron a Athens.
Nos fue a recoger un amigo de Diego Ibarra.
A friend of Diego Ibarra came over to pick us up.
And where did you live when you were in Athens?
¿Y dónde entonces terminaron viviendo cuando llegaron a Athens?
A donde a él lo arrestaron.
Where he was arrested.
Was that the Argo Apartments?
We should find that out and cross if that happens.
Los apartamentos Argo. ¿Sí o no?
Sí, a donde a él lo arrestaron. No me sé el nombre de...
Yes, where he was arrested. I do not know the name.
Do you remember if it was apartment D126?
¿Recuerda si era el apartamento D126?
Sí.
Yes.
So who got the apartment? Do you know who secured the apartment for everyone?
¿Quién consiguió el apartamento? ¿Quién lo alquiló para todos?
Argenis Ibarra. Estaba a nombre de Argenis.
Argenis Ibarra. It was under Argenis.
So when you arrived, when you and Jose arrived to Athens, who was already living in the apartment?
Cuando usted llegó con José, ¿quiénes ya estaban en Athens en ese apartamento?
Diego solamente.
Only Diego.
Okay. And then when did Juan Carlos join you at the apartment?
¿Y cuándo fue que Giancarlo se unió a ustedes en el apartamento?
Como a mediados de noviembre.
Like around the middle of November.
And did you work while you were here in Athens? Were you able to find work?
¿Trabajó usted cuando estuvo aquí en Athens? ¿Pudo conseguir trabajo?
Sí.
Yes.
And where did you work?
¿Y dónde trabajó?
En Wendy's.
In Wendy's.
And how many hours did you work every day? Did you work every other day?
¿Cuántas horas? ¿Trabajabas todos los días? ¿Trabajabas un día sí, un día no?
No, en Wendy's tenía 2 días libres.
No, in Wendy's I had 2 free days.
Okay. And that was the only place that you worked when you were here in Athens?
¿Ese fue el único lugar donde trabajó usted aquí en Athens?
No.
No.
Where else did you work?
¿En qué otro lugar trabajaste?
En un restaurante coreano.
In a Korean restaurant.
And did any one of your roommates work with you at the Korean restaurant?
¿Y algunos de tus roommates trabajaron contigo en el restaurante coreano?
Sí.
Yes.
Who worked there with you?
¿Quién más trabajó allí contigo?
Argenis Ibarra y José Antonio Ibarra.
Okay.
Argenis Ibarra and Jose Antonio Ibarra.
And you mentioned Jose. Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Mencionaste a José. ¿Lo ves aquí en la sala de audiencias?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you tell us, can you point him out telling us what he's wearing?
¿Puedes señalarlo? Decirnos qué lleva puesto.
Una camisa de rayas.
A gray striped shirt.
Un pantalón negro, creo.
And I think a black pants.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Jose Antonio Ibarra, as her roommate. And then can you describe the apartment that you lived in?
¿Puedes describirnos por dentro el apartamento en el que vivían?
No era muy grande.
It wasn't too big.
Todos dormíamos en la misma área.
All of us slept in the same area.
José Antonio compartía la cama con Diego Ibarra, el hermano.
Jose Antonio will share the bed with his brother Diego Ibarra.
Mi persona compartía la cama con Argenis Ibarra.
Myself shared the bed with Argenis Ibarra.
Y Giancarlito dormía en un sofá que estaba allí.
And Giancarlitos slept in a sofa that was there.
And where was your bed? What wall was your bed on?
Su cama. ¿En qué pared? ¿Dónde estaba su cama?
Entrábamos al
Did
departamento.
she say yet how she knows this guy?
Entering the apartment
Did I miss
on the
that?
left.
That's where I'm sorry, I didn't hear what she said.
Repítelo, que no
I hope so, Sherry.
Entrando al departamento a mano izquierda.
Entering the apartment on the left side.
Antes de llegar a la cocina estaba su cama.
Before making it to the kitchen, was the bed there?
The largest bed.
La cama más grande entonces.
Ujú. Que tenía dos colchones.
It had 2 mattresses.
Okay. And then who slept on the sofa?
Apparently,
dormía en el
that's
sofá?
a Mimo.
Giancarlo Hernández.
Giancarlos Hernández.
And who slept on the bed closest to the window?
¿Y quién dormía en la cama cercana a la ventana?
Mi persona con Argenius.
Myself with Argenis.
And did you guys, did you
What they
use
said?
nicknames when you talked about each other or talked to each other?
Cuando se hablaban ustedes, conversaban entre ustedes, usaban apodos para referirse a ustedes.
No, él me llamaba gorda.
No, he called me Gorda.
Okay. What did they call Diego?
Y a Diego, ¿cómo lo llamaban?
Diego.
Diego.
Did you ever hear Diego called El Gocho?
¿Escuchaste a Diego ser referido como el Gocho?
Ah, sí, sí. el ocho.
Yes, el Gocho.
And did you ever hear Argenis called Manny?
Y oíste a Argenis llamarlo Manny. Manny.
Many.
Manny.
Manny.
Yes,
Many.
Manny.
And then Juan Carlos, was he called Carlito?
Y a Juan Carlos lo llamaban Carlitos.
Giancarlito.
Oh,
Giancarlitos.
there's a 5th person there also.
Giancarlitos.
And who were you closest to when you were living in the apartment?
Viviendo en el apartamento, ¿con quién tenías más intimidad, más cercanía?
Argenius.
Argenis.
And
Apparently
let's
Victor
talk
means
about
chubby.
the,
I'm not sure though.
22nd, the day of the murder of Laken Riley.
Vamos a hablar entonces del asesinato de Laken Riley que ocurrió el 22 de febrero.
Did you, do you remember what time you woke up that day?
¿Recuerdas ese día a qué hora te despertaste?
Yo me levanté como a las 10, 11 de la mañana.
I woke up around 10 to 11 in the morning.
A couple of people asked this. Apparently, the state, for one reason or another, never asked for the death penalty. I do not believe they can change it now at this point. So I don't think that there's death penalty on the line here, unfortunately. But it's an important question. I'll probably answer a few more times.
And what did you do?
¿Y qué hiciste?
What were you doing that day?
¿Qué hiciste ese día?
El día antes o cuando fueron los arrestaron.
Which day? The day before or the day that they came to arrest us?
The day before.
El día anterior.
El día anterior, bueno, me paré como a las 10, 11 de la mañana.
Un momento. The day before, I woke up between 10 and 11 in the morning.
Ajá. Nos pusimos a hacer, bueno, me puse a hacer comida con Argenis.
I began to cook with Argenis food.
Nos fuimos al trabajo Argenis y mi persona.
Argenis and myself went to work.
Y quedaron Diego y José Antonio quedaron en la casa.
And Diego and Jose Antonio remained at the house.
Were they awake or asleep when you woke up? Were they awake or asleep when you woke up?
¿Estaban
that day?
ellos despiertos o
Dormidos.
acostados cuando?
Sí, cuando nosotros nos fuimos a trabajar ellos estaban en la cama acostados.
Asleep, yes. When we left to work, they were in bed sleeping.
And then where was Carlito
correct.
and Juan Carlos in the apartment that day?
¿Y estaba Juan Carlitos en el apartamento ese día? No.
Okay. And then what time did you return home?
¿A qué hora entonces regresaste a casa ese día?
Como a las 10 de la noche.
Around 10 p.m.
And who was there when you got home at 10 o'clock?
¿Quiénes estaban allí cuando llegaste a las 10?
Todos.
All of them.
And at what point did you learn that someone had been killed near your house?
¿Cuándo fue que te enteraste que alguien había sido asesinado cerca de la casa?
Esa noche.
That night.
And how did you, without saying what they said, how did you find out?
¿Cómo te enteraste de lo que había ocurrido?
Porque yo siempre cuando llegaba de
Why?
trabajar
Why?
me sentaba afuera fumando un cigarro.
Because every time I came back from work, I would sit outside to smoke a cigarette.
Y estaba un vecino del frente, un
And-
puertorriqueño,
And there was a neighbor from across, Puerto Rican,
y vi mucho policía.
and I saw a lot of police.
Y le pregunté yo a él qué estaba pasando.
So I asked him what was happening.
Y él me dijo a mí, no, hay un muerto.
And he said to me, no, there is a dead person.
we'll move on. So
I'll
you,
sustain the objection.
we'll move on. And so you learned that someone had been killed near your apartment.
Entonces conoció que habían asesinado a alguien cerca del apartamento. ¿Sí?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, so then you went to bed that night, and when did you wake up the next day?
Entonces se acostó esa noche y al día siguiente, ¿a qué hora se despertó?
No, ese día yo entré y le dije a Argenis, le comenté a Argenis,
Un momento. No, that day I came back in and I mentioned to Argenis
lo que estaba pasando.
what was happening.
Argenis publicó, o sea, lo dijo en voz alta ahí en el departamento.
Argenis mentioned it in a loud voice in the apartment.
Wait, you can't say what he.
Yeah, objection here, sir.
I'll consider that when given instruction.
Well,
And he'll interpret it.
Okay.
It's not clear why they're
You
not
can't,
showing her.
you can't say what Argenis said.
No puedes decir lo que otra
I assume they're not showing her because they're afraid people will harass her. That's what I'm guessing.
persona dijo, ¿ok?
But the judge said not to
Okay,
show
but
her.
listening to him, you knew that Argenis knew that something had happened at the apartment.
Entonces, the interpreter requires for repetition.
Listening to Argenis, you knew that something had happened at the apartment.
Entonces, escuchando de Argenis, enteraste que algo había ocurrido en el apartamento.
No.
No.
Yo fui la que le dije a Argenis.
I was the one who told Argenis.
Okay.
Y Argenis comentó en el departamento.
And Argenis mentioned it inside the apartment.
Okay, without saying what he said, but he told everyone else.
Él entonces hizo la mención a todos los demás. ¿Sí o no?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then what did you all do next?
¿Y qué fue lo próximo entonces que hiciste?
Me metí al baño y me acosté a dormir.
I
Was-
went into the bathroom.
I'll be
and then
shocked
I
if he's
slept.
acquitted.
Okay, was there any reaction from
Shocked.
any of your roommates? Not what they said, but did anyone act strange or concerned when
that's
they found
biased
out that a
or
murder had taken
¿Hubo
place?
alguna reacción sobre tus compañeros de habitación? No sobre lo que Argenis dijo, sino sobre lo que habían conocido, que había ocurrido.
Okay.
No.
And what woke you up the next morning?
¿Qué fue lo que la despertó la mañana siguiente?
Oficiales.
The officers.
How did that happen?
¿Cómo ocurrió?
Entraron y dijeron que nos levantáramos todos.
They entered and they told us, for all of us, to wake up.
Primero agarraron a Argenis,
They first grabbed Argenis.
luego
Argenis?
no, primero a Diego, luego a Argenis.
No, first Diego, later Argenis.
Y luego entraron al departamento. José Antonio estaba dormido y mi persona también estaba.
Then they entered the apartment. Jose Antonio was asleep and I myself was too asleep.
Y a nosotros dos nos levantaron, que saliéramos del departamento.
That could be a two.
They awoken both of us, asking us to walk out of the apartment.
After a certain time, did you go down to the Clark County Police Department and give a statement?
Después de haber pasado cierto tiempo, terminó usted siendo llevada al departamento de la policía de Athens Clark y dio usted una declaración.
Sí.
And was
Yes.
that on February 23rd, that same day that they woke you up in your apartment?
Eso fue el mismo día, el 23 de febrero, el que vinieron al apartamento. Yes.
And did you also give a statement to Officer Sayan on March 4th at
También,
Julio Maldonado's apartment?
usted también le dio una declaración al oficial de la policía Sayan el 4 de marzo en el apartamento de
No, they
Julio-
don't.
dice
They just
Julio
take down the
Maldo-
English.
Maldonado.
Maldonado.
Maldonado?
Sí.
And did they show you some photographs and video?
Le
The
mostraron
transcript will
algunas
show that there's a
fotografías,
translator
algunos
saying
videos.
it before and
And were you
after.
able to identify anyone in
every
any
line?
of the videos?
¿Pudo usted reconocer en esa fotografía o en esos videos a alguien?
En un video.
En el video,
Okay, I'm going to show you some photographs.
te van a mostrar ahora unas fotografías aquí en la pantalla.
First, I'm going to ask you about your roommates.
Son preguntas que ya te va a hacer ahora sobre tus compañeros del apartamento.
Okay. starting with State's Exhibit 179. If you can look at the
Mostrando ahí
screen.
entonces la fotografía marcada como 179, prueba de la fiscalía.
Do you recognize that person?
Jose.
Do you recognize that person?
¿Reconoce usted a esa persona?
It's Jose.
Yes.
We call him
Yes.
Victor.
Okay, who is that?
¿Quién es?
Diego Ibarra.
Diego
Oh,
Ibarra.
that's Diego.
Okay.
They look similar.
And is that who you called El Gocho?
A él es a quien llaman el gocho. El gocho.
That's our highness.
And State's Exhibit 185. Who is that?
Mostrando la fotografía de la fiscalía 185. ¿Quién es?
Argenis Ibarra.
Argenis Ibarra.
Is that Manny?
Ese es Manny. Manny.
Victor. Jose Ibarra.
And who is that?
¿Quién es él?
José Antonio Ibarra.
José Antonio Ibarra.
And Your Honor, if we could toggle over, I'm going to show her some video.
Te van a mostrar ahora un video.
I'm going to toggle over to, let's see. 30 seconds. Do you recognize anyone in that video?
¿Reconoce usted a alguien en ese
Here, show us the
video?
video.
Who do you see in that video?
¿A quién vio usted en el video?
Thank you, Shelley.
José Antonio Ibarra.
And how do you recognize him?
¿Cómo sabes que es él? ¿Cómo lo reconoces?
Por la gorra
The cap
y las cholas.
and loafers.
Okay.
He's the one who ID'd him from the
When
video.
you say cholas, well, how can you describe them?
Cuando dices la palabra cholas, ¿qué son?
Sandalias.
Like sandals? Chanclas.
Okay. Can you translate the word chanclas?
The interpreter only can translate the word that she is referring to. Chanclas.
Would you say the word flip-flops?
Serían como las chancletas que usan aquí. Yes.
And do you remember talking to the officers and thinking about
It's
something that
probably
you
him
saw
throwing.
in that video I just
Recuerda-
showed you?
¿Recuerdas haber conversado con los oficiales sobre el video y lo que habías visto?
Yesterday during opening statements, she showed a video of what she said that this witness was going to testify about. That's why I want to share it with you all so you're on the same page. So yesterday she said that this witness, Rosa Bella, whatever her name is, that she's the one who ID'd him from a video that you can partially see his face, you can see his build. Taking his shirt off and throwing it in a dumpster. That's the shirt which has Riley's blood and hair on it. So this is the witness. That's the video that they're likely showing her because she was the one who helped ID it. So that's an important video. That's why I want to explain it to you all.
How?
Okay. Did you remember? Oh, let me rephrase my question.
God bless Rob G.
Did
He's
you
awesome.
notice or recognize an article of clothing in that video?
Ella te rehace la pregunta. ¿Reconociste algo de la ropa de la persona que llevaba en ese video puesta?
Sí, la gorra,
Yes.
las chanclas.
The cap, the sandals.
Did you see what he was putting into the dumpster? Did you see
¿Viste
an
lo
item?
que estaba poniendo en el
Amazing
contenedor de
guy.
basura?
A great
What did you
content
see?
creator too.
¿Qué viste?
I'm aware.
Un suéter.
A sweater.
Okay. And had you seen that sweater before?
¿Habías visto ese suéter anteriormente?
Tell us about that sweater.
Sí.
When did you see it?
Yes. Dinos sobre el suéter. ¿Cuándo lo vistes?
Desde que me vine de Nueva York.
Since I came from New York,
Had you seen Jose Ibarra wear that sweater?
¿habías visto a José Ibarra ponerse ese suéter?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you have any thoughts about him throwing that sweater into the dumpster?
Why?
Did you mention anything?
So I was sustain the objection.
Did you mention any to the law enforcement officers anything about that sweater that you thought strange?
¿Le hiciste algún comentario a los oficiales policiales sobre ese suéter que vistes en el video? No.
Okay. What when you saw
He'd be awesome.
Jose throwing this sweater into the dumpster, what did you think about that? Or what did you notice?
Judge, I'm also going to object because I don't know that this witness was not there to see the activity that's depicted on the video. The court is equally able to interpret that.
Call for speculations. What are you trying to say?
Did it seem strange to you that Jose was throwing that jacket away?
¿Te pareció extraño a ti que estaba José botando, tirando esa chaqueta?
Sí.
Yes.
And you called it the item a sweater. Was it worn as a sweater or as a jacket?
El suéter se lo ponía a él más que como un suéter, lo usaba como una chaqueta. Okay. Like a jacket.
And then talking about the hat, was it unusual for the brothers to exchange clothing?
Hablando sobre el sombrero o la cachucha, era inusual.
The hat's found on his brother.
You said interpret requires you said.
Was it unusual for the brothers to share clothing?
Era inusual que los hermanos intercambiaran, se pusieran la ropa.
Sí, sí, se intercambiaban ambos, Diego y José Antonio.
Yes, they would interchange it. Diego and José Antonio would.
You don't want the trifecta to think they're talking about two
Would
different
they
things.
wear each
That's
other's
why.
clothes?
Se ponían entonces la misma ropa.
That's why you
Yes.
clarify that.
And for the record, I did want to identify that video.
It's less of a
as
problem with the judge, but
UPB 32 dumpster
it's cleaner
video
to do it
from
that way.
Exhibit 172. I think that's all we have. And with that, I will pass the witness.
I would expect the cross right now to ask about what she's been offering in exchange for her testimony.
You would instruct the witness that she needs to answer out loud, yes or no, not shake heads.
El juez quiere aclarar algo, ¿no? Cuando te pidan que respondas, no respondas es con mover la cabeza. Siempre responde verbalmente, sí o no, siempre. Okay, excuse me for that. No problem.
Good morning.
Dice, señor, buenos días. Good morning.
I want to follow up with just a few questions, please.
Quiero entonces hacerle solo algunas pocas preguntas.
So you were asked a minute ago about when you first came to the U.S., right?
Hace unos minutos le preguntaron cuándo fue que vino por primera vez a los Estados Unidos, ¿correcto? ¿Sí o no? Yes.
And am I right that you came in the summer of 2023?
Es correcto decir que usted llegó en el verano del 2023.
En mayo.
In May the 3rd.
Thank you. And that was, you went directly to New York City?
Y fue directamente a Nueva York.
No, estaba en El Paso.
No, in El Paso I was.
Okay. But you didn't stay there long, is that what I understand?
Pero yo entiendo que no se quedó allí mucho tiempo. No.
And so the first place that you stayed for any period of time was New York City, is that right?
Entonces es correcto decir que el primer lugar donde estuvo por algún periodo de tiempo fue Nueva York.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And then during the summer of 2023, you met first Maylene Franco, is that right?
Y durante el verano del 2023 conoció usted primero a Maylene Blanco, ¿es correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And Maylene's daughter is Laken Franco, correct?
Y la hija de Maylin es Leili Franco, ¿correcto?
Lailín Franco.
¿Perdón?
Lailín.
Lailín Franco.
Lailín, thank you.
Gracias.
And Lailín was married to Jose Antonio Ibarra.
Y Lailín está casada con José Antonio Ibarra. Yes.
And I'm just trying to establish how you met Jose Antonio.
Yo solamente estoy tratando de establecer cómo fue que conoció usted a José Antonio. Okay.
But it was first through his mother-in-law, Maylin Franco, right?
Así que primero fue a través de la suegra de él, Maylin Franco, ¿correcto? Yes.
And the way I understand it, your friend and Lailín lived in a hotel that was turned into an apartment for immigrants.
De la manera como lo he entendido es que usted y Lailín vivieron en un hotel que luego fue transformado allá como en un complejo de apartamentos. No.
Where was Lailín living at the time?
¿En dónde vivía Lailín?
En el Crown Plaza.
En Crown Plaza.
Queens. Crown Plaza, that had been a hotel but was now an apartment. So it was used to as a place for
illegal aliens,
migrants to live.
Migrants.
En Crown Plaza, que después fue transformado como un lugar de apartamentos usados para
Like $400 a night per room.
vivienda a los inmigrantes que llegaron.
Sí.
Yes.
And at some point during that summer, you and Jose Antonio, well, first of all, let me interrupt. Did you call him Jose Antonio or did you call him Victor?
Entonces, en algún momento en ese verano, usted, José Antonio, disculpe que le interrumpa, ¿usted lo llamaba a él José Antonio o usted lo llamaba a él Víctor? Víctor.
So at some point during that summer, did you and Victor end up living in a car for a few weeks?
Durante ese verano, por algún tiempo, terminó Víctor, ustedes viviendo dentro de un carro por algunas semanas.
Sí.
Yes.
And the car was parked near the Crown Plaza.
Y el carro estaba estacionado cerca del Crown Plaza.
Sí, al frente.
Yes. Across.
Across the street.
Cruzando la calle.
No, la acera estaba ahí estacionada.
No.
Saliendo del Crown.
Right by the sidewalk, the car was parked there, just walking out of the Crown.
And through Victor, you learned that his brother Diego was in Athens.
Y a través de Víctor conociste que Diego, su hermano, estaba en Athens.
Yes.
Yes.
Excuse me. And Diego had invited Victor to come to Athens to get out of New York.
Y Diego había invitado a Víctor que se viniera a Athens para salir de Nueva York.
Porque aquí había oportunidades de trabajo.
Because here there were work opportunities.
And then Victor also mentioned to you, why don't you come also?
Y también Víctor te lo mencionó a ti para que también diciéndote, ven también tú.
Sí.
Yes.
And so that's how the two of you ended up flying down to Atlanta and then getting a ride over to Athens.
Así que así fue como entonces terminaron volando a Atlanta y de Atlanta consiguieron una carrerita hasta Athens.
Sí.
Yes.
And at that time, in D126, it was just Diego there at the time.
Y en aquel momento, para interpreter requires a repetition, you mentioned the date.
It was only Diego who was living in the apartment when you first arrived?
Diego, entonces era la única persona que vivía en ese apartamento cuando llegaste allá.
Sí.
Yes.
Argenis was living in Florida?
Argenis estaba viviendo en Florida.
Yes.
Yes.
How was your English?
¿Cómo era tu inglés?
I grew up in Flushing.
Muy poco.
Very little.
So that you got a job at Wendy's at first?
¿Y tu primer trabajo te lo dieron en Wendy's?
Yes.
Yes.
And Victor also?
¿Y Víctor también?
Yes.
Yes.
Argenis came maybe in October, September, October.
Argeni se vino como en octubre, septiembre, octubre.
Noviembre.
November.
And then Argenis, the three of you got the job at the Korean restaurant?
Y los tres de ustedes consiguieron trabajar en el restaurante coreano.
Yes.
Yes.
And was the name of it Utachi?
El nombre Utachi.
En realidad no recuerdo el nombre.
In reality, I don't remember the name.
Queda aquí atrás.
It's right behind here.
And you didn't use any gloves when you worked there, did you?
¿Tú no utilizabas guantes cuando trabajaste allí?
No.
No.
And then it was a little bit later after Argenis came to live in D126. John Carlos came.
Un poquito después de que Argeni llegó a vivir en el apartamento de 126, llegó entonces Giancarlos.
No, primero llegó Giancarlitos.
No, Giancarlitos first arrived.
Después bajó Argenis de Florida.
After Argenis came from Florida.
And is John Carlitos, is he related to the brothers?
Giancarlito está relacionado, tiene parentesco con los hermanos.
Bueno, que se conocían desde allá, desde donde vivían en Venezuela.
Only that they knew each other from where they all are from in Venezuela. More from them, I do not know.
Diego, you identified Diego in a picture, but let me just ask you, he is a little bit taller than Victor, correct?
Tú identificaste a Diego en una fotografía, pero déjame preguntarte, él es un poquito más alto que, you said, Diego is a little bit taller.
A little taller than Victor.
Más alto que Víctor.
Sí, un poco.
Yes, a little bit.
And at the time, anyway, Diego was thinner than Victor.
Y para aquel momento, Diego era más flaco.
Sí.
Yes.
And that morning, you testified that Thursday morning of February 22nd.
Esa mañana de febrero, el jueves 22 de febrero.
You woke up after 10, but before 11, as I understand.
Entiendo que se despertó después de las 10, pero antes de las 11, ¿correcto? ¿Sí o no?
Yes.
Yes.
And when you woke up in your bed, Diego and Victor were both asleep in their bed, correct?
Y cuando usted se despertó, estando en su cama, Diego y Víctor estaban dormidos todavía en sus camas.
Sí.
Yes.
And you didn't notice anything that morning as far as anyone leaving the apartment.
Y usted esa mañana no se dio cuenta con respecto a cualquiera de alguien salir del apartamento. No.
That's all. Thank you.
Esas son todas las preguntas que le quiere hacer.
You're right, sir.
Pregunta a la señora Jackson si te va a hacer otras preguntas.
Nothing further.
No hay ninguna otra pregunta. Estás excusada.
Any objection to excusing her, Mr. Donovan? No objection. Okay.
Ok, no hay ninguna
You may
objeción.
go down.
Ok, eso es todo. Entonces puedes salir.
Gracias.
Igual.
You can't even imagine.
Now call your next witness.
State call Special Agent Jenny Hipkiss. And while Special Agent Hipkiss is entering the room, Your Honor, we do have another stipulation of the parties. It has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 267, and we are going to move to admit State's 267. It is a stipulation of fact regarding FBI agent Candace Hunter. FBI Digital Forensic Examiner Candace Hunter testified at a motion to suppress in the above referenced case on November 1st of 2024. All parties agreed to admit her testimony and exhibits from that testimony at this trial, and they will be made a part of this trial record. Furthermore, the parties hereby stipulate that Candace Hunter extracted the data from the cellular telephones with the FBI evidence labels of 1B7, 1B8, and 1B11 using Cellubrite Premium. It is signed by myself and counsel for the defendant. And again, we're moving to admit 267. I will say that transcript is not in our possession at this time, but when the transcript is complete, we will go ahead and mark that testimony of Ms. Hunter's, or Agent Hunter's, excuse me, and move to admit that and make that part of the record. But we have agreed to accept her testimony and stipulate to her testimony.
I concur with Ross.
Very well. It's admitted based on the stipulation.
Raise your
I
right hand,
imagine
please,
it'll be
sir.
done
Do you
this
swear or
week.
affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will
Could
the
be done
truth, the whole truth,
tomorrow.
and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please state and spell your first and last name for Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Jamie, Jamie. Last name is Hipkiss, Hipkiss.
What do you do for a living?
I'm employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as a special agent, and I'm assigned to the Athens, Georgia office.
How long have you worked for the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
It'll be 11 years in February.
At the Athens office, what do you do? What types of crimes do you investigate, and what do you do there?
I'm assigned to the Middle Georgia Safe Streets Gang Task Force. That's a task force comprised of several different agencies, FBI, obviously, as well as the GBI, the Athens Clark County Police Department, the Oconee County Sheriff's Office, and the Georgia Department of Corrections. As a member of that task force, our primary mission is to focus on investigations that involve violent criminal activity or violent gang activity or major organized crime investigations. So as a part of that, we oftentimes assist our state and local law enforcement partners with investigations such as this that involve violent crime or a murder or armed robbery or something of that nature.
When and how did you get involved into the investigation into the murder of Laken Riley?
I got involved on the day that it occurred on February 22nd, 2024. I was actually contacted by another member of our task force, who's a sergeant with the Athens Clark County Police Department. When the incident happened, I was actually in Atlanta dealing with another matter, and I was informed by Sergeant Frost, who's on our task force, that he was involved and had responded to the murder of a college student that had occurred on the University of Georgia campus, and advised that he would be meeting with other law enforcement partners to obtain information to see if there was any assistance our task force could provide.
Did you at some point provide assistance to the local authorities in this case? And specifically, what was the focus of your investigation?
Yeah, so initially on February 22nd, there were no suspects when the incident occurred. So at that time, we took the role of helping out with some cell phone analysis. We did what's called tower dumps in the area, or I assisted with that in writing search warrants to essentially capture all cellular devices that were in contact with the towers that served the area where the crime scene was located at. So that was our initial involvement. From there, it evolved into other technical assistance. Once University of Georgia Police Department, the GBI, in Athens Clark County Police Department had identified a suspect and executed a search warrant. They had collected a total of 11 electronic devices. At that point in time, they asked for the FBI's assistance in downloading those particular devices.
And is that when you got involved
Yes.
for the devices? So specifically, did you review the downloads of devices 1B7, 1B8, and 1B11 in this case?
Yes, I did.
If you could first tell us what are 1B7, 1B8, and 1B11? Why are they numbered that way? But whose devices are they?
1B7 and 1B8 are devices that belong to Jose Antonio Ibarra, the defendant seated at the table over there in the gray dress shirt.
And may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
1B11 is a device that was collected from Jose's brother, Diego Ibarra, when Athens Clark County Police Department encountered him on the morning of February 23rd at approximately 8:32 in the morning.
And who extracted data from those devices?
Special Agent Candace Hunter, she's assigned to the FBI CART team. That's a computer analysis and response team. She's a certified digital forensic examiner. So the phones were taken down to her in Atlanta and she extracted the data from all three devices.
And then you reviewed that data.
That's correct. And to answer your question about 1B7, 1B8, 1B11, so that's just a naming convention used by the FBI when it comes to evidence. So in this case, 1B7 was a Samsung 14 phone that was located in the apartment of Mr. Ibarra, apartment D126, during the execution of the search warrant. 1B8 is a Samsung 13 phone that was also located in the apartment. And then 1B11, as I mentioned, was collected from Diego Ibarra.
Without a warrant.
Three pieces of evidence. One is marked 263, one is marked 264, and one is marked states 265. Do you recognize all three of those items?
Yes, I do.
What are they? And just take them by number, please.
Yes, 1B7 is a copy of the cell phone extraction that was generated by Special Agent Hunter. I know that this particular exhibit is a copy of that because I personally reviewed it and created it. 1B8 would be a copy of the Samsung 13 cell phone collected from Jose Ibarra's apartment. And then 1B11 would be a copy of the Motorola cell phone seized from Diego Ibarra. And again, I created these thumb drives, these copies, so I'm familiar with all three of them.
State would move to admit 264, 265, and 266.
I'm going to object. I need to approach Your Honor about this issue with Ms. Ross.
All right. Let me.
Yeah, the reason they should be objecting on this is because there's no warrant. Now, the special agent who testified earlier claimed that there were exigent circumstances, which is why they secured the phones. And there was a fear that they were going to erase the phones. The problem you have from, just a whole law type of issue, like a, unlawful search and seizure issue. I'm not muting them, by the way. This is the feed is muted. Yeah, the problem is that you're supposed to, there was nothing in the search warrant which authorized them to take phones, and they apparently gleaned a lot of information from those phones. They didn't have a search and they didn't have a warrant for it. You're supposed to. The area was secured. They say it was an exigent circumstance. They were afraid that they would clean the phones. It's very unclear to me, and there's been no explanation so far why it is that they couldn't, since the area was secured, they couldn't have just say, hey, we found these phones. We want to seize them. We got a warrant from the court that we're authorized to seize them. And don't give them access to the phone because you're in control of the whole premises. It doesn't make any sense to me. Frankly, I expect these phones are probably going to be thrown out. I haven't seen anything to explain why, under the Fourth Amendment, this was not a pretty clear constitutional violation to seize these phones without a warrant. It doesn't make any sense to me.
What I understand we discussed is that I do not object to these exhibits being admitted just to preserve the entire cell phone extraction for the record. However, we are objecting to the entire cell phone record being used as a fact finder in this case. And so Ms. Ross is going to go through with Agent Hipkiss the part she wants you to consider.
No, they didn't.
And I will maintain my objection to considering the other parts of the cell phone extraction.
That is Excuse me, Your Honor, that is correct. There are many items on these phones that will not be, that we do not want the fact finder to consider in this case. And from the state's perspective, the only parts of these phones that we would like the court to consider and that the fact finder should consider are contained in a PowerPoint, which we're going to admit, which would be State's Exhibit 266.
Well, what's
So
that PowerPoint?
266 will contain only the data and information from the phones that the state wishes the fact finder to consider. The full extractions were just
what is that?
To perfect the record of.
If you got it from the phone, it's
So
you threw the
263,
poisonous tree.
264, and 265 will be admitted based on the announcement made for purpose of preserving the record, but I will only review or consider what is going to be contained in 266.
Yes, Your Honor.
And any exhibit that the defense may produce.
Now, this is an interesting point, although they were secured, so I don't know how they would have cleaned off the phone. And even if they could do it remotely somehow, you couldn't turn the phone off. They said they couldn't put it in airplane mode. They couldn't turn it off.
It's on those records. Yes.
All right. It's kind of.
So I'm going to hand you a bunch of other items, and we're going to just go one at a time so that.
Yes, it's a bench trial, as per decision of the defendant. I'm not rooting for the guy. I just want it done properly. That's all.
266.
There's no point to having me sit here if I can't point out.
266 is a copy of a PowerPoint
when something's being done
presentation
legally or
that
not.
I created that
Otherwise,
summarizes
what am I doing
the
here?
downloads of several different records.
I want the
involved
guy
in this
convicted.
investigation.
I also
The
want them to
first
follow
being the
law.
download of Jose Ibarra's cell phone, which
I want him killed. Okay, that's what I want.
FBI evidence item 1B7. It also involves the T-Mobile subscriber records for phone number 347-358-3978, and that is the phone number assigned to 1B7. The PowerPoint also includes records for Cash App account Jose Antonio 251998.
That's an interesting question. I don't think legally that's true though.
Cash account
should be
Cash App account. Sorry, used by Mr. Ibarra. It also includes Snapchat records with the username user 374159156, which is a Snapchat account used by Mr. Ibarra. Google account records with the Gmail account or the Google account Jose Ibarra 251998@gmail.com, and that is a Google account used by Mr. Ibarra. Additionally, the PowerPoint includes records from TikTok for account Victor Franco 4, as well as a summary of the download of FBI evidence item 1B7, which is a summary of the Motorola cell phone collected from Diego Ibarra on February 23rd.
Let me stop you right there. You just said 1B7. What's the Motorola?
Excuse me, 1B11.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
And then also additionally, Verizon and track phone records for cell phone number 404-416-5213, which was the phone number that was associated with FBI evidence item 1B11, the Motorola cell phone.
Which was identified as belonging to Diego Ibarra?
Yes, sir.
And is that a report that you created yourself?
Yes, it is.
Based on the records and the information that you just told us?
Yes, ma'am.
The state would move to admit
Probably because
state's
everyone in the
266.
country wants him dead.
Your Honor, I don't object to most
That's just my
PowerPoint.
guess.
I do have an objection to some slides, and I will specify for the record that is slide 22, and in addition, slides 25 and 26. These three slides contain lyrics from songs that were supposedly being played. And I think there's a couple problems with this. Number one, I don't think they're relevant. Number two, we've got a confrontation clause issue here. I don't know who translated these lyrics from Spanish to English. I don't think it was even Hipkiss. And then number three is, hearsay issue with that as well.
Your Honor, the translation was done by an analyst who will be testifying this afternoon right behind this particular agent. So if she wishes to question her about how well she can speak Spanish, then that's the issue will be solved, because she's going to be here. I'm sorry, I missed the last thing you said.
The first thing was relevance, then confrontation and hearsay.
Well, the relevance of it is that it goes to the defendant's state of mind. And this is the one, can you show me the picture?
Yeah. So
We can clear that up with this agent, but those are basically statements of the defendant. These are defendant's lyrics out of the defendant's phone, right before, within hours of the murder.
I disagree that lyrics on a song that was not written by the defendant, even if it was located on his phone, can be considered statements of the defendant.
Well, he's posting them, so he's adopting them.
uh,
So yes, these are statements or posts done by this defendant hours before the murder that go directly to his state of mind. And so it's an adoptive admission because he's adopted them and posting them.
And I think you'll be able to argue that. So I'm going to overrule the objection on confrontation and relevancy, and we'll continue the objection matter related to translation.
I'm going to approach again with a bunch of the documents that you mentioned are in States 266. And now that 266 is in, I'm going to take that back. And we're going to publish 266 on the Elmo, Your Honor. If you could toggle over, we'll just do it from PowerPoint slides one at a time. But before we get into the publication of 266, I have a bunch of other documents to show you.
I don't get the whole
So,
adopting a
States
song lyrics.
248
That sounds pretty.
through
That sounds pretty weak
259.
sauce.
Let's start with those. Look at those for us. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
And in general terms, what are they?
There are business record certifications provided by the respective either cell phone or social media providers that I referenced.
And for the record, Your Honor, the state did file 2 different pretrial notices of our intent to rely upon certain business records. Those business records, those are the certifications of those records that the state provided pretrial notice on, not all of them, but the ones that are at least contained within States 266, which is Special Agent Hipkiss's report. So we would move to admit the certifications at 248 through 259 at this time.
I don't have objection other than preserving my objections from the motion to suppress, Your Honor.
248 through 259, the objections noted.
States 260, what is that?
I'm not recognizing it since it's not labeled. It's a thumb drive, I'm assuming. Okay.
That's your label on the back.
Oh, yeah.
Look.
Yeah, that's
Yeah. Is that your label on
yes,
the back?
Yes, okay. This is going to be a thumb drive containing Snapchat, TikTok, Google, and Cash App records that accompany the business record certifications that we just discussed.
And are those records that you obtained pursuant to your investigation?
Yes,
In this case, and did you obtain all of those records with either search warrants or subpoenas,
yes,
either state or federal,
yes,
depending on what the record was?
yes.
Okay, the state would move to admit States 260.
Similarly to earlier, Your Honor, I don't think everything on these records is relevant or admissible, but if they're just wanting to publish the parts that are in the slideshow, I don't have the objection to being entered for the record.
She's correct. We do not believe everything in these records would be admissible for the fact finder to consider. They're to preserve the record of all the records that were received by the FBI and this agent. And what we would like.
I disagree with this principally. I agree with you on the law. The law, you're correct on the law.
260 will be admitted.
They have the same
with that
protections
261
the Bill of
and
Rights
260.
as American
What are
citizens.
those items one at a time?
I just think philosophically that's a very flawed position the Supreme
Government's
Court
Exhibit
took.
261 is a thumb drive containing Verizon records that are associated with the cell phone, the Motorola cell phone that was seized from Diego Ibarra.
And the state would move to admit that. Again, those records, states 261.
Sorry, just one moment.
Why are you gasping? So yes, you're right. Supreme Court recognizes that illegal aliens have the same civil rights under
Which
the
is 261.
Constitution that you and
Those are
I
actually
have.
just the records, the CDRs. from
That's the law.
1B11
I just think the law is screwed up.
Yes, we don't have objection to CDR.
Oh,
That's, I believe, 262 or
That is 261 for the record.
261 is admitted.
262.
Government's Exhibit 262 is a thumb drive containing the CDRs for the phone number, as well as location information for the number that was assigned to FBI evidence item 1B7, so Jose Ibarra's Samsung 14 cell phone.
And state would move to admit states 262.
like to preserve my motion to suppress argument, otherwise then move.
So, that objection, 262 is admitted.
And for the CDRs, first of all, what is a CDR?
A CDR is call detail records, so that is information that's provided by the respective cell phone company that essentially breaks down the details related to a call. So for instance, if it's an incoming call, it's going to say the time that the call occurred, what number called, the target phone number, at what time, and how long the duration is.
What is timing advance data, and did you obtain timing advance records from Verizon, who was the provider for the cell phone 1B7?
Yes, we did. So we obtained records from T-Mobile
I agree.
and Verizon. So timing advance
I
records.
have a whole soapbox about
are
this. I'll explain later.
Essentially engineering data that's captured by the cell phone provider. So on top of timing advance, we will get cell site records, right? So a lot of people are probably already familiar with those because they've been around for a long time. And so cell site records, each tower is generally broken up into 3 sectors. And so the cell phone company is able to tell us pursuant to legal process, like, hey, the respective phone that you're looking at is hitting this particular tower and it's located within this sector, which is generally like a pie shape. Timing advanced data takes that a little bit further. Like I said, it's engineering data collected by the phone company. And the purpose for the phone company collecting this information is to essentially like make it better signal for the user. And so it sends a signal from the tower to the phone, and then from the phone back to the tower, and the cell phone provider captures that information. And based on the time that it takes for the information to be sent to the phone and then back to the tower, they're able to further narrow down that pie shape to essentially, we call it like a hot dog or a rainbow shape. So it's more precise information on the location of that phone than
That's part of my argument.
Cell site information.
Did you obtain timing advance data for the cell phone number associated with Jose Ibarra, also the cell phone
I'll argue this
number
later.
associated with 1B7?
Yes.
And who was the provider for that particular?
I'll explain why I think that's flawed.
T-Mobile.
And is that the data that was contained or is contained on stage 262 that we just admitted?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So now let's turn to your exhibit 266. And I apologize, we're just having a little PowerPoint issue, so you'll have to bear with me. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. We'll try to do it in PowerPoint format. I know it's not ideal. Can the court see it and can counsel see it? Thank you. Let's start with 266, page 1, slide 1. What are we looking at here?
Again, this is what I covered earlier. This is just a summary of the records that were used to create this PowerPoint. So it's highlighting the fact that we used records from the download of FBI evidence item 1B7.
Less than 1% of illegal aliens are
that we just discussed
seeking asylum as defined under the law.
Jose Ibarra's Cash App records, his Snapchat records.
Seeking asylum is not, I need more money. That's not
Slide
seeking
number
asylum.
2.
Again, this is just further information related to the records that are.
And there's no such thing
contained
as seeking
within this
asylum from
presentation.
Venezuela
This
to
is showing
America.
that we also use TikTok records for Jose Ibarra's account.
Not coming through
with the
all these
screen
different countries.
Victor Franco 4, as well as records from the download of Diego Ibarra's phone, evidence item 1B11. And additionally, the Verizon and track phone records for the phone number that was assigned to 1B11.
Did
Maybe you can go to the Ibarra's
Jose
house. It's a
Ibarra
pigsty.
use a different name at times in social media?
Yes, he did. A
What's that
common alias that we saw Mr. Ibarra use was Victor Franco.
And how do you spell Victor Franco for the record?
Victor is Victor. Franco is Franco.
So now
They don't have to be
looking at your
democracies. That's not the
slide
point. The
number
point is you have to go to the
3.
first country where you have safe harbor.
That's
Just
just
going
to
through all these
highlight to
different
the court,
countries. You have
for
to stop at the one that's
1B7,
first
so
one
the
that's safe
Samsung
harbor from
14
whatever
cell
is
phones
persecuting
used
you.
from,
To be an SILE, you have to be persecuted. I got to pause on this because I'm getting
the
pissed off
records when
now.
they were
Okay,
produced-
I'm getting ticked off. Not at you individually, but just at the concept. Okay, this is not. I'm not coming after you. I'll take your face off because I don't want people coming after you. Okay, but this concept of the asylees that AOC and others try to promote is complete and total BS and contravention to everything about asylum law that we set up here in this country and that we set up on an international basis with other countries. The concept of an asylee is someone is persecuted. They're persecuted and they have to flee from persecution. They're seeking asylum, not from economic hardship. There's no asylum from economic hardship in your particular country. That doesn't make any sense. By that logic, everyone should just go to the richest country. We should all go to the richest country. Whichever country is easiest to make money. That's the most ridiculous thing in the world. Asylees, you're being persecuted. And then you have to seek safe harbor in the first country you get to, wherein you're no longer being persecuted, which means you can't go trekking across the whole freaking Great Pass and up through the whole freaking Central America, all the way up to you get to the land of the free, where they're going to fly you all over the country and start giving you phone cards and phones and housing and put you up in the freaking Crown Plaza or the Roosevelt and start flying you all over the country because you're an asylee. And if you are an asylee, by the way, you have to come through a port of entry. You can't just go marching across whatever stupid holes in the fence that Biden administration, Biden Harris, and the czaress put up there to enable people to just walk across and march across here. And you're here, okay. You probably need a hotel. Yeah, sure. If you're a citizen, it's going to cost you $400 a night to stay at the Crown Plaza, but we'll just cover that for you. Why not? The Americans will take care of it for you because you're an asylee. No, that's not a freaking asylee. Fewer than 1% of all illegal migrants are asylees. Piss me off with that notion, asylee. What a completely ridiculously bastardized, perverted perspective. Not you, and I'm not coming after you. You're just repeating what you hear. I'm not upset with you. I don't want you to take personal affront. I'm not trying to attack you individually. It's the concept which the left has promoted, which is complete and total 1,000% BS. Gets me so mad. When we reach a lunch break, I'll explain to you why it is that the law is this. The law is that an illegal alien has the same protections that you and I have as American citizens under the Bill of Rights, and all the protections that are laid out there applies to them. That's what the Supreme Court has said over and over and over again. They get the same protections. I will explain during the lunch break. When we hit the lunch break, I will explain why that's, to my opinion, philosophically bankrupt. It doesn't make any sense at all if you actually think about conceptually the purpose and objective of the Bill of Rights. And I'll walk you through it later on.
And then when they were extracted from the phone, they were in UTC time. So this is just showing to the court how you would translate UTC time to local Eastern Standard Time. And on February 24, 2024, the day that the murder
that could be an
occurred,
asylee.
As is highlighted on the slide, you'll see that you have to subtract 5 hours from what's shown in the record. So, for example, this particular text message is showing February 22nd, 2024 at 11:36 p.m. That would translate to 6:36 p.m. local time.
Slide number 4. What are we looking at there?
This is just highlighting the device identifiers associated with Mr. Ibarra's 1B7 phone. So as I stated, it's a Samsung Galaxy phone 14 with the actual model number being SM-A146U. It was assigned cell phone number 347-358-358. 3978, as well as IMEI or a device identifier of 35295 824 449
I will show you why
What
this
is an
is wrong.
IMEI?
I'm done. When
It's an international mobile equipment number, so that'll be specific to the actual cell phone itself. It's essentially like the equipment number, so it's essentially like a serial number related to the cell phone.
And we see that sadly, the PowerPoint that we have, a copy of it is in black and white, so we can't see the colors. What color you've seen the color image of this?
Yes.
Of this photograph that we see on slide 4?
Yeah, so since it is in black and white, I can provide further description. So the actual image.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think we are going to have a best evidence objection to this.
I'll explain why this makes
This
is illogical.
Technical issues, and I'm happy to take a break for them to fix it. But I think rather than having the witness describe the content of the photos, the court should just see the photo.
I think it is best for the court to view the photos so we can take a break to fix our technical issues. But for the best evidence rule, that's why the records are in. So the records themselves are in. So that the records are part of the record. But if you could give us a moment to try to fix our issue, perhaps it would be better for the court and everyone to see the images in color.
So I don't know the nature of the problem. Is this something?
So we're missing,
5 minutes?
it's 5 minutes. We're missing one thumb drive that was recopied this morning, and I think I have the old version of it. I need the new version of it that was recopied. And so if you could give us 5 minutes to either find it in our, again, 17,000 thumb drives that we have, or we can recopy it very quickly.
Doesn't sound very
because I know
organized.
he has it, and so he can give me a new copy of it because the recopy version is lost.
I'll let you do that.
Thank you. May the witness step down.
Yes.
So we're taking a 5-minute break. Is that what's happening here? I'll explain to you all why I completely disagree with this. Seems like we're taking a 5-minute break. Okay. I'll leave that open over here, and let me actually make sure I'm live.
FBI evidence item 1B7. It depicts Mr. Ibarra wearing a navy blue jacket that is consistent in appearance with the jacket that was discarded after the murder, as well as you can see the black brim with an Adidas logo to a hat underneath it, which is consistent with the hat that's observed in the surveillance footage.
I hit
when
live
Mr.
because we were
Ibarra
like 3 minutes
discards the jacket
behind
after the murder.
And that's where we're at.
What is was this image found in the phone 1B7?
Yes, it was.
And what was the timestamp associated with it?
Thank you.
So there were two variations of that image where he had his face positioned in different angles, and that image was captured at 5:37 a.m. local time on February 22nd, 2024.
Okay. What are we looking at now, though, in slide 5?
What we're looking at here is this is a screen capture of the actual records provided from T-Mobile for the phone number assigned to FBI evidence item 1B7. And that is a record for cell phone number 347-358-3978. And so I'm just highlighting here various things on the record. So, again, the first thing that popped up was the phone number that's assigned to evidence item 1B7. Below that is the IMEI number, which matches the IMEI number on the device, confirming that the phone records correlate with the phone. And you can see that the device or the T-Mobile records show that the device is subscribed in the name of Jose Ibarra, and the account was activated on August 10th, 2023.
Did you make a determination whether Jose Ibarra was the user of 1B7?
Yes, I did. Based on my analysis and the frequent use of accounts that belong to Mr. Ibarra, as well as I've shown here numerous selfie-style images that are contained within the phone, based on my training and experience in reviewing many phones involved in criminal investigations, it's common for the user of a phone to take pictures of themselves. And so what I'm highlighting here is that over a period of time from August 2023 up until the day of the murder, We have multiple images of Jose taking selfie style images using that phone.
And one of the images that's dated 2/18/24, do you see that image?
Yes, I do.
And what is Jose Ibarra wearing in that image?
So he's wearing a black t-shirt with a very distinct white pattern, which appears to be consistent with the t-shirt that Mr. Ibarra was wearing underneath the navy blue jacket when he started it. So when we review the surveillance footage and we see him removing the navy blue jacket and stuffing it into the recycling bin in his apartment complex, he appears to be wearing that exact same shirt there. And also reviewing the surveillance footage captured that day in relation to the Rogers Road Peeping Tom incident, you can see in the picture that's depicted on February 18, 2024, he's wearing a gray style sling bag, which appears to be the bag that's worn in that surveillance footage.
This is not a great image quality, I warn you, but the states 247, do you see that same image in states 247 that you see in your PowerPoint?
Yes.
And can you point to the court, and now that this time you're on the state, move to admit states 247.
No objection.
247's admitted.
And I'm just gonna publish that to the court so he could see it.
So they seem to be allowing in stuff from his phone.
That image
So I guess that whole exigent circumstance with the phone, that excuse
Yes, I do.
worked.
It's in the bottom row. It's the second image from the left with the date February 18, 2024 below it. And that was the date that it was captured on the phone.
Thank you. Your screen or slide number 7.
Yeah, so this is, again, just showing user attribution to confirm that Jose was in fact using the phone. You can see that there's an image of his New York identification card, which presumably he would
Which
only
is the
have
right look for
access
me
to.
when I go hunting
It
for some
documents
victim.
his name, Jose Antonio Ibarra, with his date of birth of January 5th, 1998. Also lists his address.
It's my
at the
best
time,
menacing look.
in Jamaica, New York. And that particular image was obtained from his WhatsApp account on evidence item 1B7, and it was captured on September 9th, 2023, as highlighted there. I've then blown up the address that's located on the identification card. As you can see, it reads 16520 Archer Avenue, room 111, Jamaica, New York, 11433. And so when we take that address and we go back to the T-Mobile subscriber records, we see that that same address is listed on Jose's subscriber records provided by T-Mobile for the cell phone number assigned to 1B7.
Do you have a time frame in which this cell phone number 1B7 was being used by Jose Ibarra?
Yeah, I believe that it was being used from the time of activation, which would have been on
that's
August 10th, 2023, that particular cell phone number. We were able to verify, aside from it being assigned to the phone that belongs to him, we were able to verify that cell phone number through other methods too, that it was being used by Mr. Ibarra.
Until what time?
I'm sorry, can you?
So you said beginning, my question to you is beginning in what time frame and ending in what time frame? Was he the user of 1B7?
Ending at the date that it was seized from his apartment on February 23rd, 2024.
Thank you. What is this that we're looking at here, which is now your slide 8?
This is a screenshot of Mr. Ibarra's WhatsApp account that was taken from evidence item 1B7. It highlights his username, which is LR, and then 2 smiley face emojis with wearing sunglasses. But it shows that his WhatsApp account is assigned the same phone number as the actual device. It also, at the bottom, it showed that his profile name was Victor, which I mentioned earlier. He also goes by the name Victor.
Next slide, which is 10.
Yes, this is again WhatsApp captured from WhatsApp on 1B7 on September 13, 2023. And this is just documenting a photograph that was taken of a direct deposit form for Expectations MasterCard account. Important just to note that one, it's in his name, Jose Ibarra, with his address in Jamaica, New York. And it captures the routing and account number, which will be important in the next slide.
What is WhatsApp, by the way?
WhatsApp is a service that's commonly used by people. It doesn't necessarily have to run off of a cellular signal. You can use it as long as you have an internet connection. It's frequently used by.
I don't remember
individuals
his name.
who maybe have relatives in other countries. It's a very easy
I have
method
no
to
idea.
communicate. So it's a common method of communication that we see.
Thank you, Rylan.
What are we looking at here in your next slide, which is 10?
So this is a photograph on Jose's WhatsApp account that was recovered from his phone, where he appears to be editing his bank account. You could see in his name of Jose Antonio Ibarra, and the routing number and the account number are match what was shown in the previous slide.
Your slide 11.
This is an actual image, a screenshot that was captured on evidence item 1B7 on September 21st, 2023. And it's just highlighting the fact that the main Google account assigned to the device is in his name, Jose Ibarra. And the Google account is Jose Ibarra 25 1998 at gmail.com.
And you said the main Google.
I thought he was going to like say like
this
equal,
device.
equal,
Are there
equal,
other Google
capital
accounts
D.
associated with this device?
Yes, there are.
Smiley
So
face.
first of all, how many different Google accounts can you have associated with
Angry emoji.
I don't know that there's a limit. I mean, you could have multiple on there. In the case of his phone, he did have several. And I was able to tell through Google records that we received that 5 accounts were active on the day of the murder that were associated with his phone.
And how does a person get more than one
emoji.
Google account associated with the device?
You can log in. I mean, you can go into your phone and log into Google and you can pull up multiple email accounts on your phone. So there, and I'm not aware of there being a limit. There could be, but you could definitely have multiple on there. It's not unusual to see.
And this main Google account that you activate or that you notified or discovered, when was it activated?
I'd have to refer to my report on that. I don't recall the actual date. Give me 1 second. This particular account was activated on August 27th, 2023.
And did you find in the 1B7 device another Google account that was associated with Diego Ibarra?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what was that? If you remember the account name, how do you, if you do, if you don't, let me know.
I do. If I could refer to my report, I could give it to you.
Great.
It was Diego, Diego, Jose Ibarra, Ibarra, all one word, and then the number 95 at gmail.com.
Was that Google account active in February of 2024?
No, it was not.
When tell us about that Google account. When was it deactivated?
So we received records related to that particular account because it did show up on 1B7 with no other activity associated with it in the extraction. But we went to Google with a subpoena and court order, and we were able to determine that the account was deleted on January 16th, 2024.
So in February of 2024, that account did not exist.
That's correct.
And when you say associated with the device, what did you mean by that?
So when the cell phone extraction was completed on 1B7, one of the things that it extracts is the user accounts, or so various accounts like social media accounts, email accounts, WhatsApp accounts, things of that nature that have been accessed at some point in time on the device.
And if you could adjust your microphone a little bit, did you see any evidence that 1B7 ever accessed that Diego Google account?
It just populated as a user account. However, when I looked at the data associated with it for that particular Gmail account, it said it was associated with the Google Drive, but there was no activity related to that account to support it being actively used on the phone.
So now your slide 12, what are we looking at?
Another image located on the WhatsApp account on September 29, 2023, and this is just depicting a boarding pass showing that Mr. Ibarra flew from New York City to Atlanta on September 28th, 2023. And that just blows up showing his name and then the details related to the flight.
Adios, amigos.
Oh, sorry. I started it too soon. We're looking at your slide 13. What is this?
This is a video. It's going to contain several images that were saved in the video section of 1B7, Mr. Ibarra's phone, particularly on.
Oops, hold on. Go ahead.
on October 15, 2023. Of the images, the only one of real relevance is this first image that we're looking at here. You can see again that he's wearing that gray sling style bag that's consistent in appearance with the gray sling bag that was seen on the surveillance video on the day of the murder in the area of Rogers Road apartments.
And is this, what's the music associated with this every time I touch the enter button?
That's just some music that Mr. Ibarra would have put as a background to the particular video that he created.
What is slide 14?
Again, this is recovered from Mr. Ibarra's WhatsApp account that was backed up to his cell phone. And this is just depicting his Cash App account. He had taken a screenshot of it, and it appears that he had sent it to somebody. And it shows that his Cash App account is in his name, Jose Antonio Ibarra. And it shows that his Cash App handle is $sign Jose Antonio 25 1998.
And is he accessing Cash App through this cell phone?
Yes. And we, in this next slide here, we went to Cash App with a subpoena to request subscriber information related to that particular Cash App account. And they were able to confirm that that account is associated with his phone number that ends in 3978. That's assigned to evidence item 1B7.
Your slide 16.
Again, this is another image of Mr. Ibarra's identification from New York found on his phone. The relevance on this one is that it was an image saved to 1B7, but it captures what we call metadata, which is basically information about the file. In this particular instance, if you see below in the metadata section, you could see that it lists Samsung and then the model, which matches 1B7. And it also provides geolocation information, meaning it gives us a latitude and a longitude where you can map out where that image was taken. So if you look to the right, and this is from the phone itself, that was the phone plotting where the particular image was taken. And based on my knowledge of the area, it's in the area of his apartment on 2085 South Millage Avenue.
Next slide 17.
Again, this is the image we discussed earlier from February 18, 2024. This is an image of Mr. Ibarra wearing that distinct black with white patterned shirt that he appears to be wearing when he discards the jacket on surveillance video following the murder. And again, the gray sling bag.
Your slide, I guess this would be 18.
This is, so the phone sometimes will capture money transfers that occur in this particular instance. This is on February 21st, 2024. This occurs on the evening before the murder. And it's just showing the fact that at 9:30 p.m., there was a charge made from Mr. Ibarra's account at Tall Boy Beverage, which is a liquor store and it sells liquor, wine, and spirits. And that's a picture of it there. That's located walking distance from his apartment.
And what is the date and time of that?
That was on February 21st, 2024 at 9:30 p.m.
I'm moving on to your slide 19.
Yeah, so now we're getting into information as it relates to the date of the murder on February 24th, 2024. Here in this slide, I'm depicting from his call log a missed call that was placed by Mr. Ibarra using his WhatsApp account to an account used by his brother, Diego Ibarra. And as you see below, it'll highlight in a second, you can see that Diego Ibarra's uses the WhatsApp screen name Gocho Hermano. Gocho was an alias that he used, Hermano translating to brother. So essentially Gocho, my brother Gocho. And when we recovered evidence item 1B11 and downloaded that, we were able to tell that that same WhatsApp account that ends in 965 was in fact being used by Diego on that phone.
So then this would reflect, this slide would reflect Jose Ibarra calling through WhatsApp Diego Ibarra on the 22nd day of February 2024 at 2:31 in the morning?
Yes, and the call was not answered.
What is it that we are looking at the next slide, 21?
Yes, so this is a phone documents in this instance when an image is uploaded from the phone.
That picture is
to
from the
Snapchat
morning
account.
of the attack.
So this image here is showing that at 4:30 in the morning on February 22nd, 2024, this particular image to the left is uploaded to Jose's
That's less than
Snapchat
5 hours
account.
before he killed Laken.
It's particular instance,
Allegedly.
it's particularly interesting to us because he's wearing the Adidas hat, which appears to be the same Adidas hat that is worn by the subject or worn by Mr. Ibarra when he discards the jacket in the dumpster. It also is him wearing that same T-shirt that he appears to be wearing under the navy blue jacket.
Okay, I want to go back really quickly because the image that we just looked at on your slide 21, the hat looks blue, correct? Well, it does to me. My eyesight may be a little different, but you've seen this image in the returns that are in evidence, correct?
Yes,
What is the color of that Adidas hat?
it's black.
Okay, let me go back to the very first one. We can do it
There you
quickly. Okay, so you have several different images of the hat. Would that be right?
Yes.
At this exact time period, at 4 to 5 a.m. on
Yes, in the
Wednesday.
hours leading up to the murder.
Some of them would be on his phone itself, 1B7, and then that image was uploaded to Snapchat. Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay, so in the Snap returns and in the phone itself, what color is the hat?
Black.
Okay, and is that what we see here on your very first slide or slide 7, I think, or second slide?
Yes, it's emphasized more in this photo because it's obviously up against the navy blue jacket.
Okay.
But yes, it's black.
Thank you. And it's a better depicted like right here, they're side by side on this slide, 222, 24, 222, 24. Do you see them side by side?
I do, and that image to the left was taken at 4:30 in the morning, and then the image to the right was at 5:37 in the morning on the date of the incident.
So these two images are separated by how much time?
So from 4:30 to 5:30, a little bit over an hour.
And in the return itself, the image that we see, just the shirt, not the jacket, the hat is what color?
Black.
Thank you.
Not just DNA, man. Not just
Now
DNA.
what are we looking
Laken's
at?
DNA
Which is
and her hair
our
and her
slide
blood.
22.
This
But
is
yeah.
going to be a video that was captured.
Other
on
than that, there's very little
February
evidence.
22nd, 2024
Well,
at
from
approximately
on
5
her
in the
phone.
morning. And it's going to
There's that
contain
too.
images
And under her
of Jose,
fingernails, the DNA.
as well as a Latin
Other than that,
style
not
song
much.
played in the background with the lyrics.
Oh,
of
and
the
him throwing
song,
out the stuff.
being posted or
There's that
being
too.
essentially
Other than
placed
that,
on the
not
images by Jose
Okay, so the video was posted on what day?
on February 22nd, 2024 at 5 a.m. local time.
But we see is that Jose depicted in this image?
It is. And this video here, it wasn't posted. It was a video that was saved on the device itself.
All right, then how is it associated with the modified date of 222? I mean, was he wearing that we just saw a photograph of this.
No. So
Okay.
why it's relevant is there's going to be several images that are posted there, and it's going to show these images that we just saw of him wearing.
I'm gonna play it. Okay, so what is it that we just viewed when we hit that video?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What is it that we just saw? If you could just tell us for the record, because we played.
Yes, that is a video that was created by Mr. Ibarra, and he has taken obviously that image and another image, and he's created a video, and he's placed words that are essentially the lyrics of the song over the video as it plays.
And I'm sorry, there we go. I'm gonna wait for it to play again.
I'm getting a copyright strike. Bastards. Oh my God, stop it,
So,
please. Oh God.
Did you have those words translated?
Yes, I did.
And who at the FBI did that for you?
A basis Ramirez.
And who is a basis Ramirez?
She's a staff operations specialist, for short, SOS, that's assigned to our office in Athens. She's essentially an analyst.
Oh my
And does
gosh.
she speak Spanish fluently?
Yes.
And what was going on then at about 5 o'clock in the morning with this video? Well, if you could just translate it for us or tell us the English version.
Yeah, based on her translation.
is this not what we talked about? We're going to wait on this?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
Thank you. I will wait on that.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll skip by that and we'll wait for Ms. Abasis.
I didn't read it for that reason.
All right, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Slide 23.
So again, this is showing another upload from the phone to Snapchat, and it shows that on February 22nd, 2024 at 5:37 a.m. The image depicted to the left, which is Jose Ibarra wearing the black Adidas hat with the navy jacket with the hood pulled up. That image was uploaded to his Snapchat account. And then this is a second image that was uploaded at seconds later at 5:37 a.m. Very similar image. His face is just angled a little bit differently, but as you can see, he's wearing the same clothing.
Sorry. Okay. We're going to skip this over until Miss Obasis is there as well. Is that okay? Miss Ramirez, I'm sorry. So we're skipping all of these, and we're going to device events. If you could, we are now on, I believe, your slide number 27.
Yeah, so when Celebrite downloads the phone, it has the capability sometimes in showing the device events that occurred on the phone. So for example, when the phone's plugged in or when it's unplugged. In this particular instance, what we're showing here is that the device was plugged in at 9:58 in the morning on February 22nd.
It's a bench trial.
And why this is important.
What are you talking about? It's a
we have
bench
the murder of
trial.
Laken Riley, and then of course,
God.
after the murder occurs, we see Mr. Ibarra on surveillance footage at 9:44 in the morning, discarding the navy jacket that ultimately contained a mixture of Mr. Ibarra and Miss Riley's DNA. We then see him walk towards his apartment and discard some gloves and some shrubs, and then continue on towards his apartment. So that was at 9:44 in the morning, and then 14 minutes later, he's in his apartment, and we believe he's in his apartment based on location data associated with the phone, and he's plugging his phone in at 9:58 in the morning.
Your next slide.
So in the next couple slides, we're just going to show the actual user-initiated activity from the device, meaning the outgoing communications that happen on the device on February 22nd, 2024. So the last outgoing message that is sent from 1B7 is a group message. It's a video that had been deleted, so I'm unsure of the content of that video. But at 6:20 in the morning, you have an outgoing WhatsApp message from 1B7. We don't see any other outgoing calls, text messages over social media again until February 22nd, 2024 at 1:55 a.m. And that's when he responds to a WhatsApp message sent until February 22nd at 11:14 in the morning from Laken Mendoza, his wife. He responds to that message at 11:55 a.m. So essentially, we've got no outgoing communications on the date of the murder from 6:20 in the morning until 11:55 in the morning.
And that's outgoing communications by the user of 1B7. Now let's talk about the phone itself. If a person is not using 1B7, is the phone still collecting data?
Yes.
Yo, my ghetto, I got 460 live in the ghetto and 94
is,
likes. That's pathetic.
Personalization data. And
That's
I'll
pathetic.
just read what I have written here because it summarizes it. Samsung Rubin Data is a service provided by Samsung that collects information about your devices, such as their settings, status, and stored applications. It's designed to log valuable data such as call log, text messages, contacts, and other user activity, including the device's location from your phone, which in this case, we were able to access through our Celebrite Premium forensic tool. So we were essentially able to download this data. And according to Samsung, we spoke with representatives from Samsung to learn more about it. They stated that the user of the device would have to opt in.
No, that's okay.
There's no objections.
Yes,
so
Your
I'll
Honor.
sustain that.
Yeah. I'll cover that with our next witness who's an expert on this issue. Let's go to Snapchat.
So, of course, we saw those images that were uploaded from the phone to Snapchat. So then, to be thorough, our next step was to go to Snapchat with a search warrant just to be able to corroborate what we were seeing and get the records directly from Snapchat.
And were you able to corroborate the things you saw on the phone through Snapchat?
Yes, we were. We were also able to identify other images of importance, again, showing Mr. Ibarra wearing that black and white T-shirt that was on February 17th in the sling bag. And then again, on February 17th, we see that image that we've already seen several times.
Yep.
And then we're able to corroborate the fact that at 4:30 in the morning, he posted that image to his Snapchat account, which matches what we saw on the phone. Snapchat's able to give us geolocation information associated with that. When we map that out, it appears that the image was posted when he was at his apartment or in the area of his apartment. Again, what we just covered at 5:37, the same images that we're seeing on the phone are in fact in the Snapchat records. And those are the two images of him wearing the navy blue jacket and the black hat. And in both those images geolocate to the area of his apartment D126.
You're on YouTube.
And that's what you just told us. Am I going the wrong way? No, Google records.
Yeah, so as mentioned, we did obtain Google
Let's look
records
at
on
Rumble.
multiple accounts. And so this particular account here, the Jose Ibarra 251998 at gmail.com, was connected to evidence item 1B7, the phone. And through these records, we're able to see that the account was created on August 27, 2023, is subscribed in the name Jose Ibarra. And it also shows
Ghetto
that
is my
this
reference to
particular
Rumble.
account
Rumble
was
is where I
logged
had
in
90
on-
likes.
logged into on the
Now
date
it's
of the murder
110
at 3:07
400 people watching, 460 watching live.
TikTok.
TikTok.
So we went to TikTok to obtain records from them as well, pursuant to a search warrant. And the records here are in relation to an account used by Mr. Ibarra in the name Victor Franco, which, as I mentioned, is an alias used by him. And so these records are showing that the account is in that name. It shows that it was created on February 13th, 2024.
That's okay.
And it also shows an
Stay here.
associated Facebook account with the same name. And then when we look further into the records, we see this is just a sampling of a selfie image, which is a profile picture providing further evidence he's the user of the account, as well as a video from that particular account showing that he's using it.
And does that complete your review of 1B7?
Yes.
And was there any evidence that anyone other than Jose Ibarra was using 1B7 in the
I wasn't.
No. And on that on the particular
I
day,
wasn't telling people to use Rumble. I was simply saying that there are people watching Rumble, people watching YouTube, and the YouTube people have been hitting like. The Rumble people haven't been. That's why I was sort of yelling at them. Hit the freaking like.
the murder, he was logged into multiple accounts.
You can watch wherever you want. I don't care.
That being WhatsApp, TikTok, Snapchat. So no, there was no evidence of anybody else using the phone.
Did you also review 1B11, which is Diego Ibarra's phone?
I did.
Okay. And tell us a little bit about that phone and what was in it.
Yeah, so it's a Motorola Moto G Play phone. It was assigned cell phone number 404-416-5213. And I listed the device identifiers. I could read them in the record if you need me
No,
to.
that's okay.
Okay. And so what we were able to do before we get into it, so these particular records, when the extraction occurred, when the Celebrite that extracted the records, when it produced them, they were actually produced in local time. So there's no need to do that 5-hour conversion. So what we see on the records is real time here in Athens, Georgia.
Did Diego Ibarra have service to that phone?
No, not at the time. Not on February 22nd, 2024, there was no cellular service to that device.
So because of that, what are we looking at here for the next slide, which is your slide number 47?
This is just showing the outgoing activity from that particular device. So as I mentioned, it did not have cell phone service, but he appeared to be using the internet on it, or he had an internet connection somehow. And so that shows that at 3:19 a.m. he sent an outgoing email was sent from that device to hello@poweredbypercent.com email address. There was no content associated with that email, but that is the last outgoing communication on the date of the murder. And then the next outgoing communication would be a WhatsApp message that was sent at 3:24 in the afternoon on February 22nd. So we have no outgoing communications on February 22nd between 3:19 in the morning and 3:24 p.m. in the afternoon.
And
then,
is there any, go ahead.
no, I'm sorry, go ahead. That's fine.
I was going to ask you, are you able to get any geolocation data off of 1B11?
No, so this is a Motorola cell phone. It's a phone that you would typically buy at Walmart with a prepaid service. So it wasn't a very, what I would call advanced phone. A Samsung, like we saw Mr. Ibarra had, is a far better phone than a Motorola phone. So it did not collect the same amount of information that the Samsung phone collected as far as location information.
What about cell phone records for that phone, 1B11?
Yeah, so we went to Verizon with a search warrant in an effort to get location records associated with the number assigned to 1B11. We were able to get some records related to that particular phone number. However, we were able to see that it was not active on February 22nd. There was no service provided to the phone. And the last activity appeared to be between February 10th, 2024 and February 12th, 2024. So no activity after February 12th.
No cellular activity?
No cell phone activity, no IP activity. And we also went to Track Phone because Track Phone is a prepaid service that uses Verizon's network. We went to them and they essentially provided the same information.
So there was just no service to that phone?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? I'll pass the witness.
Your Honor, before I begin, I want to enter into the record a stipulation between the parties. This will be admitted as Defense Exhibit 1. The stipulation covers basically how the cell phone data was extracted, how the defense counsel gained access to that data, and it addresses my motion to reconsider and motion to suppress, as well as listing the various accounts that were found on phone 1B7. May I approach and...
So I'm taking from this is that they did bring a motion to suppress the phone evidence coming in and they lost on it, which I'm a little surprised about. Not going to kid you. All right, we're live. I caught up.
It's stipulated by prosecution of the defense, B1 is admitted.
Agent Hipkiss, in your testimony, you stated that there was no evidence that anyone other than Jose Ibarra used phone 1B7.
Yes.
You are aware that
On the date of the murder.
Okay, that was kind of where I'm glad you said that. You are aware that there actually is evidence that other people used his phone on prior dates.
There's no substantial evidence to indicate that anybody used his phone for any significant period of time, but as we highlighted on direct, Diego did have an account associated, 2 accounts associated with that phone that had been accessed at an unknown time. However, in relation to the period leading up to the murder, Jose Ibarra was using that phone.
Following up on your substantial use, you're aware that the phone 1B7 was used to access the app Grindr,
Yes.
and you're aware that Grindr is an application, a way for people to communicate, and it's particular to the homosexual community.
Yes.
And you are aware that Detective Norris and Raboud followed up on some of those contacts that were obtained from this phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that other people identified different users of that phone besides Jose Ibarra.
Objection to characterization of that testimony.
I can rephrase to make it clearer, Your Honor, but there is evidence that we're just trying to get on the record.
That he's gay?
When they said there's no substantial use or no substantial evidence of anyone else using the phone, it opened the door to this impeachment evidence.
I would disagree that it's impeachment. I'm going to object to the form of the question.
How is it
and
impeaching?
maybe it can be broken down in a different
Yes, Your Honor. I guess I'll start by saying, have you read the detective's report in this case, Detective Norris and Detective Raboud?
No.
Talk into the
You're
mic.
aware of all of their investigation?
Yes, I've worked with them on this investigation, but obviously I'm more aware of what my personal involvement was.
Sure. You're aware that Detective Norris and Raboud followed up on some of the contacts obtained from Grindr on 1B7?
Yes, I am aware that they went out and interviewed people. I was not present for those interviews, so I'm not aware of what was said.
Sure. You're also aware that some of those contacts from Grindr also texted through WhatsApp this phone number.
Right, to Jose's WhatsApp. So essentially, several of those messages transitioned from Grindr to the WhatsApp account used by Jose.
And you're aware that when asked who they were communicating with via the WhatsApp account, they identified someone other than Jose Ibarra.
I'm not aware. I wasn't present for that interview, so I haven't read their reports. I'm not aware of what was said.
Okay. On the list of Gmail accounts that you saw, I want to just kind of talk about a couple of them. One of them was mendomailing26@gmail.com.
Yes.
And you're aware that Jose's mother-in-law, her name was Mailing.
Yes.
And for the record, Mailing is spelled Mayling. You're also aware that there was a Gmail account on there, Franco, FRANCOLLO529@gmail.com.
Yes.
And you're aware that Layling, his wife, that was maiden name was Franco.
Yes.
And Layling, for the record, spelled Layling. Besides Diego's Gmail account, there also was data on 1B7 suggesting that his Facebook account had been logged into.
Yes.
And he had two separate Facebook accounts that he logged into on 1B7, or that were logged into Diego Ibarra's Facebook on 1B7.
I'm aware of just one, and that being Gocho Franco account. I'm not aware of two. I'm aware of two total accounts that are related to Diego, one being the Gmail account, what we discussed, which was deleted on January 16th, 2024, so over a month before the murder occurred. Additionally, I'm aware of a Facebook account, yes, and that being with the screen name Gocho Franco. And I did do additional research on that particular account and received records from Google pursuant to a subpoena and a court order, and the records reflected that that Facebook account had not been logged into since January 25th, 2024.
So what
also,
year that we're talking about, in 2024, Diego's Facebook account was logged into?
yes, but it was never logged into in any. That was as close to the murder as we were able to see any sort of. And to be frank, we don't know that he logged in from that device on January 25th, 2024. That was the last activity on that account.
Sure.
The Celebrite report does not reflect any information of when those accounts were logged into.
So you can't say for certain when they last were logged into on 1B7.
No, but based on my experience, I've reviewed a lot of phones. If somebody was actively using those accounts on the phone, like we would see some sort of messaging or emails to.
He's permitted to explain his answer.
Normally, we would see additional information of those accounts being used if they were being used in relation to the murder. There was no evidence to support that. It just, all that it showed was at some point in time that device would have accessed those accounts. And again, both those accounts One was deleted on January 6th, the Gmail, or 16th, excuse me, the Gmail account. And then the Facebook account had not been logged into from any device since January 25th, 2024.
But to answer my question, the dates on the phone didn't tell you when they were logged into the Facebook account for Diego Ibarra.
No, the only information that was associated with those accounts was the actual account names, and that was it.
Also, in the user account section of the cell phone, there was a user account for a Rose Bailey Flores Bello Facebook. Do you recall seeing that?
Can you give me the account name, please?
Yes. Your Honor, may I approach and retrieve the stipulation on each?
May.
It's not in the stipulation. Do you recall, you can say yes or no, do you recall seeing?
No, I don't recall any account with Rose Valley Flores Bello by that name being on the phone.
Your Honor, I'm going to request, consider taking a lunch break right now. I do need to print out the information that the agent is requesting to see. I don't have it printed, and I apologize about that.
You want to be heard on breaking out. I don't know what
No, sir.
schedule is or anything like that, so.
I'm at the court's pleasure. Break now.
Sure. All right, we'll go take lunch back in an hour, 1:30.
All right. Whoa. That's different. That's not cool. Hold on a second. I gotta change that. I don't like that at all. That's better. What's this? Trying out new things here. Hold on a second. I'm seeing what I got in my studio. No. Yeah, I think we're gonna go here. I don't know why it went orange on me like that, but whatever. All right. Hold on a second. Let me get rid of this. All right. So I promised you all I would go on a little rant here. Before about the and I'll just review what we got this morning. Okay, so first and foremost, I do want to take care of this comment here from Chickamy here and just point out to you that this sounds about as insane as I can possibly imagine. Biden literally did everything he could, took Abbott to court because Abbott was trying to slow the overflow of pouring into Texas illegal aliens. And yeah, as far as saying that it's Abbott's fault, that's like saying like if you live at the bottom of four hills, you live in a valley of four hills and it like rains really hard and it comes into your basement, that's your fault. I mean, especially if people pouring them down into you. I don't understand the logic here. He literally tried stopping the flow because they couldn't handle how many people were coming in here. And then Biden's like, no, I'm suing you for trying to slow down the ridiculous overflow of illegal aliens. And you want to label this as Abbott's fault. I don't know what the heck that even means. It doesn't make any logical sense to me at all. I don't understand what the hell that even means. It just sounds ridiculous. But I promised, before I get to my review as to what we've seen so far this morning, I promised that I would give you my perspective as to why it is that I disagree with the Supreme Court. During the course of this morning's testimony, we discussed how the Supreme Court does recognize that the Bill of Rights and all of the protections that are afforded to American citizens apply equally to illegal aliens. That is the law in the land. My opinion notwithstanding as to what should be, which I'm about to give you, but that is the law of the land. I just think that law is really screwed up and philosophically flawed. Here's why I think it's philosophically flawed. The notion behind it, you have to first understand why do you come to that conclusion? Well, the notion behind it is that the Bill of Rights are rooted in conceptually in the idea that we are endowed by our creator with certain inalienable rights. That those rights are a human right, and accordingly, those human rights should attach to all humans, irrespective of their citizenship status. So even if you're not an American citizen, by dint of your humanity, you should have these civil rights attached to you. I understand philosophically where the Supreme Court is coming from. I think that philosophy is flawed. And the reason I believe that philosophy is flawed is because the concept behind the Bill of Rights and our Constitution is that, yes, it starts with a notion as to we're limiting the government because of this principle, that our inalienable rights are endowed by our creator by dint of our humanity. But what is the context in which these rights arise? It's that we are saying to our government, we put you in charge of us. Why did we put you in charge of us? Were we looking to have someone lord over us? No. There's a recognition that in order to have a functioning society, we need to have some sort of governance. People who are going to have certain roles in overseeing how the country is operating. So for that purpose, we're going to elect you into certain powers and certain positions, whereby we're through those positions, you will have certain powers. And please understand this, that even though we are putting you into these positions of power, we are not giving you the right to infringe on our basic liberties. Why? Because, first of all, it's a government by the people, for the people, and we are the ones who are giving you this power. So, when we're giving you this power, why are we giving you any power at all? The reason we're giving you a power is because we recognize we need to have a system of governance, but even giving you that system of governance, we're not leaving you completely unfettered because we don't want you to run hog wild and punish us and deal with us in ways that strip us of our humanity. Why? Because we're basically saying that even if we're giving you this power, we're not giving you this level power over us. We recognize you need to have some power, but we're not giving you these infringement powers over us. Okay, fine. The reason we're putting you in power, though, is because we're looking to have you create a better society. For whom? Who do we want a better society for? For us. The reason we're putting you in power is because we're looking to make lives better for our society. So, yeah, the basis as to the carve-outs is to protect us, and that all starts with a basic human dignity that as far as we're not giving you that power. But the whole point is we're making you the police. We're making you the executive branch. We're putting you in charge of this because we want you to keep control. Even when you're keeping control, when you're dealing with us, yeah, you know what? We're not giving you these powers. We're not entrusting you with those powers. Why? Because we're afraid you're going to abuse them, and the very people who put you in power, you're going to abuse your powers against. But when you're dealing with people who did not put them in power, they're illegal aliens. They're not the ones who granted the assertion of authority. So the American people should have the right to say, you know what? When our government is dealing with us, we want them to make sure that they respect certain basic liberties. But when they're dealing with people who are not us, we don't expect them to deal with those same levels of respect for their liberties. And you want to know why? Because if we go over there to their country, we're not going to get these freaking liberties. We won't. So it's ridiculous to say, oh, okay, so you know how we're going to deal one way with the entire world, but when the rest of the world deals with us, they're going to basically like piss all over us. That is ridiculous. That is stupid. That doesn't make any sense at all. So I'm basically putting people who are in power in charge of making sure that our society is functioning properly. And to the extent people come in here and abuse the privilege of coming into our country, we're going to say, no. We're going to tie our hands and expose our own society to risk from those persons because our government is not able to intrude on their rights. Why would that possibly be? The whole reason we put them in charge is because we want them to ensure proper protections for Americans. The reason there's a government is for the benefit of Americans specifically. That's why we Americans put them in power, to the extent that the American government is helping protect the American society. So in that case, we're saying, hey, you have carte blanche. To the extent that the American government may be attacking individuals within that society, we say, whoa, no, there are certain basic human rights. And that is why I think it's fundamentally flawed to say that the same protections that apply to an American citizen who put government in power would also apply to these people who may be attacking American citizens and had no role at all at putting governance into power. That is why I think that there should not be any, and none of the civil rights should attach to them. You might want to have special rules. You say, hey, look, we're going to have certain things that we're not going to apply to every person. But to say that carte blanche, all 10, that the entire Bill of Rights all would apply to any human who happens to walk across our borders, to me, it's so self-defeating. And it's blindly foolish. It's blindly foolish. And it's not insinuated anywhere in our Constitution that that's the way it's supposed to be. I think it's a ridiculous read of the Constitution, and I recognize that my position on this philosophically is completely in opposite, not at all aligned with what the Supreme Court has said over and over again, because the Supreme Court has said over and over again that these rights attach to all people, all humans, irrespective of whether or not they are Americans. But that's why I think it's flawed. Doesn't make any sense to me. My pleasure. Thank you for your support. Anyway, so this morning we heard from the cop who first we heard from the cop who showed up there and came across Diego and interrogated them. Then we heard from the interpreter who helped and that he basically came in there in the morning. And when he came in there in the morning, that he first spoke with Diego. He had an interpreter there. We heard from the interpreter as well. So he spoke with Diego. And then with the other brother, whatever his name is, Angravine, I don't even know whatever his name is. Whatever. The other brother. Then they went into the house and they brought out Rosabelli and Jose, who were asleep in there. Had them come out, spoke with them, noticed on Jose that he had scratches all over him, over different parts of his body. And that he's like, oh, I don't know. Yeah, I got scratched. I don't know. Some of them seem like fresh scratches. This was one day after Laken Riley was killed. Forensic expert came in there and basically said how she found gloves there. They couldn't find any of the clothing in the house. They found a couple of cell phones. She said that they held on cell phones to make sure that the evidence therein wasn't destroyed, and took it as an exigent circumstance and took hold of them. And then we heard from this officer who basically extracted information from the cell phone. So that's basically what we got this morning. That's what we got this morning. All right. See, someone agrees with me. At least one person agrees with me. I feel like I did my job now. At least one person agrees with me. All right. I think that's basically it. Now, court is supposed to pick up at roughly 1:30 p.m. Eastern, 1:40 p.m. Eastern, and I'm not going to be here. Just letting you know. I have another appointment. I do plan on streaming tomorrow morning. Hoping to be back here at that tomorrow morning at 8:30. I'll also plan on streaming tonight. But yeah, right now I need to go take a nap. But I have a meeting this afternoon at 2:30 or so. So I'm not going to be able to be here for the afternoon session. That's just today. In general, I plan on streaming the rest of the trial as I'm resume tomorrow morning at 8:30. I don't expect there to be this issue going forward, but this afternoon I'm not going to be here. So with that, I thank you for joining me here. I urge you to please hit like and subscribe. maybe do me a favor. Come on over to goodlogic.locals.com. Give me a follow over there where I provide additional exclusive content. And I also provide updates as to where I'm making appearances, whether it's on this channel or other channels or X Spaces, wherever it is that I am. So if you want to hear more of me ranting or just rambling or waxing sentimental or poetic or philosophical, I urge you to check me out there. goodlogic.locals.com. That's goodlogic.locals.com, like you see right down there. That's my show. I'm sticking to it. I will catch you all tonight when I have my live stream, God willing, at 10 p.m. Till then, take care of yourselves. Remember that lab meat is for they, them, never for you. And don't eat the bugs. All speed.